All right, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Damon. Okay, welcome to the last tag in May. Thank you for showing up today. We have a lot to cover. We have R406 is the main agenda item today, so hopefully we'll cover that, the main proposal by Henry, and then all the other proposals that also have to do with 406. Hopefully you can hear those all today, and hopefully we can get through them in a reasonable amount of time. I am hopeful, ever hopeful, that we can also consider some of the other proposals like R405 that we have later in the agenda and other things today. For R406, I also wanted to mention that last cycle we agreed on a threshold for points, that it was about 600 kWh per half credit, and that made it so that we didn't need to spend a lot of time debating how much each credit was worth. It was just based on an energy model and how many kWh it saved, and that saved us a lot of time and headache. We do need to find another tentative meeting time. I don't see us getting through all the items fully before or by the end of the meeting on the 10th. So once we get a roll call and approve the agenda, I would like to ask people whether June 7th or 9th would be preferable, probably from 9 to noon or 9 to 1 or something like that. So look at your calendars now. I'm going to ask for opinions on that in the near future. And then the other thing is that we only have a few meetings left, so all proposals will need to be heard by the end of our next meeting. So if you haven't seen your proposal come up yet, it needs to come up either today or next time, just so that we have time to do any homework or any revisions on it by the end of the 10th. So just as a schedule thing, we're hoping that the residential energy code can be packaged up by the tag on the 10th. In other words, every proposal is either voted on or not moved forward, so that the Building Code Council can move it into the public comment process on the 17th. Because we are getting started a bit late this year, our schedule is very tight. And so we need to do what we can to get through the proposals and create a great code or a great draft code ready for public comment by the 10th of June. So with that, let's do a roll call and see if we have a quorum today. And then let's do that right now.
Okay, Chell Anderson.
Present.
Mike Fowler.
Good morning.
Mark Sniffen.
Present.
Jeremy Moore. Wade Craig.
Here.
And I don't think he's here, and I apologize for screwing up his last name. Mike Poirier. Dwayne Johnlin. Dave Balon. Lisa Rosenau.
Present. Good morning.
Jonathan Jones.
Present.
David Reddy. Gary Hickinen.
Here.
Kevin Duell.
Here.
Andrea Smith.
Here.
Irina Rasputnis. Chris Burrows.
Here.
Amy Wheelis.
Present.
Poppy Storm.
Present.
Greg Davenport.
Present.
Albert Rooks. Henry Odom.
Here.
Gavin Tennell.
Here.
John Lang.
Here.
Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Liz Reichert, Jason Carter,
Present.
Jeanette McHugh,
Here.
and I'm sorry, Jonathan, I don't have your alternate's name on my list yet. I'm not sure how I missed her.
It's okay. I'm assuming this Jonathan, me. That would be Megan Kramer.
I'm here.
Thank you, and I apologize.
No problem.
And we do have a quorum.
Great. All right, thanks everybody for being here. It looks like Irina is here. She said that in the chat. Thank you for being here. All right, well, we will, are there any members of the public that want to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I was assigned to the tag at the last council meeting as well. So Damon Doyle is here.
Yes. And Chris, thank you, Damon. Krista does, so Damon is a voting member of the tag, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess Damon should be on the roll call then. Okay, great. Larry.
Yeah, Larry Andrews, Andrews Mechanical. I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Anybody else want to be recognized from the public?
I don't know if I'm from the public, but this is Senator Wilson, Senator from the 17th Legislative District, member of the SBCC.
Thank you, Senator.
And Representative
Carolyn Logus here from Washington Air Conditioning.
Okay, I heard, I think Carolyn.
Representative Larry Hoff.
Okay, also from the Building Code Council. Yep, thank you. And Carolyn Logue, you said you're here as well, right?
Carolyn
Mike
Logus here
Kennedy is
with
here.
from Washington ACA and Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association.
Thanks. We have Dan Wildenhouse in the house as well.
Mike Kennedy is here, representing myself.
Thanks, Mike.
This is Dave Balon. I'm here representing myself,
But you're also a member of the tag.
and I'm also a member of the tag.
Looks like Peter Reiki, also from the Building Code Council, is here, although you were muted when you said something. So,
Yeah, sorry, I was just getting my act together, trying to get my computer to work. So I'm here.
welcome. Okay, all right. Well, we have lots of people in attendance. We have 45 people interested in the residential energy code today. Okay, so next is to review and approve the agenda. So you see the agenda in front of you. The main event is the R406, and we're going to be covering lots of R406 things. And then after that, we will get to some of the other things that have to do with pathways in the energy code. Unfortunately, several of the proponents said that they were not ready to present today or not available today. So we moved those proposals to our next meeting on the 3rd and added a few proposals in case we get through all the other stuff today. That's a proposed agenda. We'll entertain a motion to approve it or modify it.
Move to approve the agenda as shown. This is Amy.
Second, Jonlin.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Oh, and by the way, just as a procedure thing, please raise your hands when you have something to say. You may be able to unmute and say something if you absolutely need to, but most times use your reactions button to raise your hand, and then be sure to lower your hand once you are relinquishing the floor to the next person. That's an important way that we can get through this quickly. So we have a motion, we have a second to approve the agenda as written. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. The next item on the agenda is to look at the minutes from May 6th and May 13th. Patrick.
Regular voting thing regarding a roll call vote. That if it's not unanimous, we should have a roll call vote. And in previous meetings, there's been people that have been dissenting my request for a roll call vote regarding time. And I kind of analyzed the time, and we have spent a lot of time talking about stuff, you know, that goes into 40 minutes. So I don't think time is the issue regarding a roll call vote. So I'm going to make a motion that if there's one nay, we have a roll call vote.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this?
Yeah, I would like to say that if there's any confusion about whether something passed or not, we have a roll call vote. But if it's just one person dissenting and everybody, if it's obvious to everybody that the way a vote has gone, that we not bother with the roll call. So I would vote against this motion.
Okay, but you're not making a motion to amend the motion. You're just saying you're voting against it. Okay. Is there further discussion on this motion?
Yeah, I think it's healthy that we have a roll call vote, because it also opens up to who's voting for things and who's voting against things and what their position is on the topic.
Okay, and I guess, is the chat open today? I guess the chat is open today, so Kevin made a note in the chat. Okay, and okay, well, we have a motion to require a roll call vote if there is a one or more dissenting votes. That's what we're going to be voting on. So let's test this with a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
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 All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
No.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Aye.
Andrea Smith,
Aye.
Irina Risputnis,
She's not here. This is Chris.
oh, I'm sorry.
I vote yes.
Irina, I think, said something in the chat that said that she was here at 8:36. So I don't know, maybe
Oh,
she
cool.
went somewhere.
Let me know, because she had emailed me earlier saying she was going to miss today, but if that's
Oh,
not the
okay.
case, let me know.
Yeah, we'll go with your vote, Chris, because I don't see her protesting or being here. I can't tell if she's here or
Okay,
not.
cool.
Amy
Yeah,
Wheelis,
I'm on the phone, so sorry, real quick. I'm on the phone, so I don't have access to my screen. I'm doing paper, so let me know if she comes, because I can't see if she shows up.
Okay. Will do. Go ahead,
Amy
Krista.
Wheelis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
No.
and Jeanette McHugh.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails 11-7.
Okay. We have meeting minutes. Patrick, your hand is still up. Do you have another? Okay. We have meeting minutes for May 6th and May 13th in front of you. They've been posted as well. Are there comments on them? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written, or another motion if somebody wants to make it.
Motion to approve the minutes. This is Mike.
That's minutes from both meetings.
Correct.
I'll second the motion. This is Greg.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the meeting minutes as written for both May 6th and May 13th, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, we have minutes approved. We're now going to consider the residential proposals. I would like to ask right now about adding one more meeting to our agenda. So I'm gonna expand my window so I can see as many people as possible. And I'm only looking for tag members at this point, tag members and alternates, to use your reactions and give me a green yes or a red check mark. Could you make a meeting on June 7th from around 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.? Okay, I see lots of yeses and several nos. Okay, and then take those all down. So can you make a meeting on June 9th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.? I'm seeing more green and less red on the 9th.
And it does look like we would have a quorum on either day.
Okay. I guess we could send out like a doodle poll or something like that for both days and see, because it does look pretty close in both. Krista, do you think it's it's not violating a sort of quorum thing if you send out a doodle poll to 2 members of the tag for those 2 days?
No.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? Because I saw it was pretty close, I think, in terms of the number of people that could make either the 7th or the 9th. Okay, all right. Please mark out one of those days on your calendar. Crystal will send out a doodle poll, hopefully today, and we can maybe close that on Monday or Tuesday so that we can get that meeting on everybody's calendars.
Would this be a meeting at 8:30 to some other time?
It would, yeah, it would probably be around that time.
Okay.
It would, I think it would be yeah, around 8:30 or 9 until 1 or so. It would allow us to get through much more of the discussion. All right, everybody can take down their green or the red marks on their things. Okay, thank you so much for that. All right, so we're going to start with Henry's R406 proposal 073, and I guess Henry, you have the floor. R406 for everybody is the options table, so it's required to meet a certain number of points on the table. There's also a fuel normalization table that goes with that, and then there's also it's based on size and occupancy, and then also last time, as I mentioned earlier, we had agreed that it was about 600 kWh per half credit, which allowed us to kind of expedite how many credits each option was worth. So go ahead, Henry, and introduce your proposal.
All right, thanks, Joe. Krista, if you could just scroll down maybe a page or two, just to, or maybe, sorry, go up to that number of credit required. There you go. So as Joe mentioned, there's a lot of components to this section. Historically, this section alone has been what's driven all the energy savings between each code cycle. And it's been done with this section R4063 that we're looking at right here. There's the table down below that has 20 some odd elective energy credits measures that builders can choose from. And basically what this is doing is you require more credits per code cycle, which in turn requires more energy measures to be applied to a single family house, a townhome, or a low-rise multifamily as it currently stands. So that's basically what we've been doing is every cycle crank up the number of credits. What was introduced last in 2018 was a fuel normalization table, which instead of just accounting for site energy, it starts adding accounting for source CO2 emissions, and we'll touch on that in a little bit. So to get to this point of where we stand and how much we need to press the code forward, we do a pretty extensive modeling study. We model 2 single family home prototypes in the small dwelling unit size. We model 3 in the medium. We have 2 townhomes, which actually would also be in the medium dwelling unit as well. And then we have 3 multifamily prototypes. So all in all, we model 10 different 10 different homes. We model in both climate zones, both in Seattle and Spokane. We then have 4 different standard heating system types. That's a gas furnace with an air conditioning unit, a central ducted heat pump system, and a ductless heat pump with electric zonal. So combine all those together, and then so you take each one of those prototypes, each one of the heating system types, both climate zones, and then we actually model every single option in each of those combinations. So all in all, we model over 1,200 different simulation runs. At that point, we combine everything back down to different, we can weight it down by house size, by heating fuel system type, by specific HVAC system type, and we do all that using building stock assessments. NEA's put out a lot of really valuable resources over the years that state where are most of the homes, what is the predominant fuel selection type, what size are the homes. And so we can use that kind of information to go from all these 1,200 different runs to weight it down to get a good idea of, where energy is being used and where is a good opportunity for different savings. And so we prepared that for this code cycle. It's a ground up analysis. We don't use information from last cycle. We restarted completely for this code, which was especially important because as we know, some of the IACC updates to the baseline code changed the prescriptive requirements. And I say that that's pretty much anything outside of R406. Some of the sheathing upgrades, that air change measure that was passed last week of 3 ACH, a few other pieces like that. So those are all included in here. And so we do is model it all and compare it to last code cycle. As Shell has mentioned, we aim to get about 14% savings over the previous code cycle, and that'll get us down to our 2030 goals. So with that in mind, we can see the total number of credits that we might need to add between code cycles. And I alluded to the fuel normalization table, which changed our approach a little bit this year. And I will touch on that in a little bit. So the first part is all that modeling. We came down, we decided 2 credits across the board, except for small additions. Krista, if you could scroll down to the option table itself. So past this.
Question for you, Henry.
Yeah.
So our target for 2030 is 70% reduction, and we're a certain distance or a certain percentage reduction all on the way. And I think we need to hit about a 14%-ish reduction this cycle. So basically what you're saying is if we did nothing else other than adopt this one proposal, what is about the energy savings that you would expect? Or did you get that far?
Yeah, so actually, what was kind of new this cycle was some of those prescriptive updates, Shell, the sheathing and the air tightness, which actually are 2 pretty major measures that typically lived in this section. And so those got pulled into the base code. So our modeling did account for that. We're targeting the same 14% reduction from the code cycle, but that is including some of the prescriptive measures as well. So it's not fully in R406 this cycle.
Okay, thanks. That's good. Thanks.
So a bigger change that some may notice here is this table. So this is the option table. It's broken down into different sections. That's all still the same. This 1.1, 1.2 is generally, or it's all envelope driven measures. Section 2 is going to be air tightness. Both of those we're going to call load reduction measures. So measures that require your heating system to run less throughout the year. These are generally the best measures you can have. They're the longest living, longest lasting, 50-year measures, better than just buying a piece of equipment. And then if you go down to section 3, we get into actual equipment efficiency. So all this is still the same. None of this has changed from the last code cycle. Basically what you're doing here is you're showing energy savings over a federal minimum piece of equipment. So this is comparing a condensing gas furnace to a 80% gas furnace, different levels of efficiencies on heat pumps. So all this is the same. If you go down to section 4, this is going to be more about ductwork. Still the content of the measure themselves are the same as last code cycle. Section 5 is going to be water heating. Once again, it's comparing between fuel sources, so gas savings versus gas baseline, same with electric. The content of these measures is generally the same. There's a little bit of clarification on the drain water, but nothing major's changed. Keep going. PV, we've actually upped the total allowable credits you can have for PV and broke it into half credit steps. And then finally, the appliance package, which the same approach. There's just a little more robust language that helps people comply with this measure a bit better. So all in all, it's the same measures. We didn't add any new measures to this section. We did have to take away, we took away a water heating one because it was an old NIA tier heat pump water heater that you can't buy anymore. So we took out this tier 1. And if you scroll up, Krista, to section 2, this is what I was mentioning earlier with some of the prescriptive updates to the code. It pulled measures out of this table here. And so this measure 2.1, which is actually pretty popular, 3 air changes and a more efficient bath fan. This measure is driven by the 3 air changes per hour. And since that was pulled in the prescriptive code, you now can't give elective credits for it. But I want to stress again that we didn't ignore that amount of energy savings in this analysis. Basically, I believe that 3 ACH and the sheathing was something, I think it was, I knew this at one point, I don't want to overstep, but like a 6 or 7% savings when you apply it to every single house. So we've accounted for it. We didn't just remove a measure, put into the prescriptive code and then move on and require more credits. We did our best to honor that since everyone's going to have to do that anyways. Along the same lines, we had to adjust. So if you scroll up a little bit more, these UA reduction percentages, we try to calibrate it so builders can kind of see what they have to target if they're going to go for these measures. But basically it's, reduce your UA by 30%, 22.5%, 15%, and I believe 5%. If the window, the glazing measure last tag meeting passed, that measure 1.3 might be gone as well, because that was basically based on U.28 windows. So this is still, depending on what else is passed, there's going to be some updates to here, but I think for now, this hopefully gives a good basis for what we're looking at. So now I've kind of explained the different sections. If you could scroll up just so you can see the headers here, Krista, down, yeah, right there. So a big change that happened between 2018 and 2021 is I'm proposing to break out the credits by heating system type, and 1, 3, 5, and 2, 4. Kind of hard to just track that way, but basically, so 1, 3, and 5 are gas and electric resistance heating types, and 2 and 4 are heat pumps. And I think, as we all know, a heat pump system is significantly more efficient than the gas furnace, just on a site energy use. Heat pumps have a COP of 2.5 to 3, whereas a gas furnace, if we're going to speak in COPs, but 0.92. So when you have a heat pump, you actually, a load reduction measure is relatively less impactful when you have a very efficient space heating system compared to electric resistance or gas. And what I am attempting to do here is to actually honor more credit value to homes that have a higher heating load, so electric resistance and gas. So if you scroll down a little bit, Krista, actually, if you go to section 2, would be the clearest. So this is the air changes. This is limiting the amount of air that can come in and out of your house, as well as how you ventilate. And so what you can see here is the system type 1, 3, 5, the gas and electric resistance. You actually get an extra half credit for pursuing these load reduction measures compared to a heat pump home. And this is substantiated by the energy modeling results. If you spend less energy heating your house, then a measure that reduces the heat load in your house is less effective than if you're heating with gas. And so this is kind of a new column that's applied, and it only really applies to, as I mentioned, load reduction measures. So section 1, 2, and 4. And then besides that, any sort of energy savings awarded credits is only between gas and gas and electric versus electric.
Question for
And then-
Amy.
Yep.
Is there a like 600 kWh per half credit or some other kind of metric you're using to establish these?
Yeah, it's loosely on 600. As the code gets more stringent, that 600 becomes a higher goal. And so it's somewhere around 600, but another way I was looking at it is roughly 5% of the home's energy use was a credit.
Okay, so what you're saying is, since a heat pump is more efficient to begin with, you get credit for using that heat pump and the efficiency in the normalization table, but then you get more credit in the options table for using gas or electric resistance because you get more energy savings opportunity in envelope measures and other measures with those systems. So,
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
That's starting to make sense.
Yeah, and a big piece, so hopefully that's clear enough. Now, if you go up to the fuel normalization table,
I guess we have two questions, so
Sure.
I guess we'll take those questions. Gary.
Yeah, I didn't, Mr. Chair, I didn't know whether you were going to start taking questions or if you wanted to kind of get all the way through this, entertain a motion in a second before you got into discussion. So how would you like to do it?
If you have like a quick question based on something that Henry just said, I think go ahead and ask it. But if it's a more substantive question or a motion, I would ask that you let Henry or Henry has the floor.
Sure.
Until
maybe then just a quick clarifying question.
Sure.
Are the points based upon energy savings, 600 kilowatt hours, or are they based upon emission savings?
the points are energy savings. So it's more of a site energy saving.
So as you get down into the options table itself, each of those options are based upon energy savings and not emission savings. Emissions only come into play in the fuel normalization table.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers my clarifying question. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Dwayne, do you have a quick question?
Yeah, if you could just scroll up to the top. Later today, we'll be coming up on my proposal, which is for those first three things, the different size dwelling units, is proposing this whole same thing that Henry's proposing, except adding another half credit. So it'd be 5.5, 8.5, and 9.5 credits there. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at this, that there's another option to go for a little more savings that we'll consider later.
You're mute.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick, do you have a quick question?
Yeah, Henry, awesome. 1,200 models. Where did the funds come from to produce 1,200 simulations?
Well, we use SEAM, which is a tool that's really, really useful for this kind of analysis, but we worked closely with NIA and a few other stakeholders to produce this.
Can you say who the stakeholders are? I think it would be good for everybody to know where the funds came from.
NIA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Patrick. Henry, go ahead.
We can scroll. So let's see, broke out the between gas and electric, and then the fuel normalization table. So this is where carbon is accounted for. As I mentioned, this was developed last cycle. And this is based on the carbon content of fuel that was just passed on the commercial code, which cut the electricity carbon content about half. And so, as we mentioned, this is where we try to level a playing field for carbon output of all these systems, and it's based primarily on the primary heating source in the house. And we basically set the baseline on a gas furnace system, and then analyze different CO2 output for different heating systems. One new kind of component that was added here is item 3, which is basically a dual fuel heat pump. So you have an electric heat pump that works down to 38 or 40 degrees, and then a backup gas furnace that operates over the winter. This seems to be pretty popular, especially on the east side. And last code cycle, there was no methodology to honor energy or carbon savings for this kind of setup. And so we've added it here. Oh, and Krista, that R3 at the top should say all other. I think that's a mistake. So you basically have your single family homes or your low rise multifamily. What you do, you come here, you see how you're going to heat your house. And this basically sets you up before you start selecting your options with a certain credit value. So you can see if you have item 2, a central heat pump in a single family house, you start off with 3 credits. And if you're building a medium-sized house, you have to get 8 total, I think, from the option table. So you only have to select 5 from the option table. If you start with a gas furnace, you start with 0, so you have to go on the option table and find 8 credits in there. I want to talk about how it impacts the option table, but I might actually let Dave Balon take a quick, if he may step in here and talk about the normalization table, because he developed it last code cycle and helped update it once the new carbon content electricity got passed on the commercial side.
There's not much to say here because of the nature of the carbon decisions made in the commercial code cycle. The biggest thing is that now the carbon content of a BTU of electricity delivered to the house and a BTU of gas delivered to the house has more or less become the same. It isn't exactly the same. It's about a 10% difference. But what that means is that while we did use the table, the carbon table from the commercial code, this is in effect site energy efficiency represented in the normalization table at this point. My guess is that we're going to see the opposite happen next time, namely that the electric load as coal plants, the electric carbon as coal plants close, even if they are and when they are replaced with gas, will drop well below the carbon content of gas. But for this one, we preserved the analysis based on the carbon table, although in this particular case, there's not very much difference between straight ahead efficiency and carbon and carbon counting.
And just to be clear, the integrated draft of the residential energy code does include the 0.44 electricity from the commercial code. That's the way the integrated draft was put together based on this tags work. There are proposals that would modify that, but I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Right, but and as a practical matter, this was not in the integrated draft because this analysis wasn't done until well after the CR 103. So yes, the carbon table, as it's applied in the residential sector, needs to be modified. Doesn't need to be modified, but there are a lot of downstream implications of changing those numbers, and we've tried to deal with them in this proposal.
Thanks, Dave and Henry. I have just one small request, which is if we pass this, that instead of if you scroll down, Krista, just a little bit, that in the columns below, instead of saying 1, 3, and 5, we maybe rearrange the fuel normalization table so it's like 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, just so it's easier for people to remember 1, 2, and 3 versus odd numbers, even numbers, or something like that. I think that would just be easier for people to read. All right, Henry, is there more to explain on this code proposal?
I don't think so. And then I'm not sure if it got posted, I'm sorry to say, but we then, after setting up all this option table and the normalization table, and I mentioned all the heating system types and housing types, we actually selected a suite of measures that would be code compliant for 2021 and compared it to a 2018 home, including costs. And at the very bottom of this proposal, there's a couple tables. Oh, this is a 60 page. Maybe it's in here. Alongside this, we gathered costs. So you can see this table here shows roughly cost by house size, that prototype by floor area. So 1344 is a small home, 22 is a medium, 5,000 is the super large. Gave a rough cost per measure. And we have a similar table, if you keep scrolling down, of energy per measure, and we have the same for multifamily. And Krista, can you just scroll down? Maybe there's 60 pages. Did the LCCA report get appended to this? Oh, nice. Okay, great. Yeah, so it is included. We ran these, so we can just look at this one here. If you're going to scroll up a couple pages, I'll just kind of show you how this is set up. And it's the same right here's perfect. This executive report. So we did an LCCA using the state's values for a small home with gas heat, a small home with heat pump heat, a small home with zonal electric, medium home with gas, medium with heat pump, medium with zonal electric, and then I don't know if we did multifamily zone. Anyways, so we did it for, yeah, and we did a multifamily zonal electric as well. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different analyses of this LCCA. And what we're looking at here, it says your baseline is your 2018 home, and your Alt 1 is the 2021 code compliant home. And so this is saying, what is the cost and energy use of a 2018 compliant home? What is the cost and energy use of a 2021 code compliant home? Does it pay back on a utility costs, and also look at greenhouse gas emissions? And every prototype showed that the 2021 home was more cost effective than the 2018, except for the small gas heated home. And if you scroll down to the next one, Krista, yep. And so, yes, baseline. Okay, so basically all these are set up the same. You'll see our utility consumption there up at the top, 11,513 kilowatt hours. And then we have every measure as labeled in the proposal with a useful life, installed cost per measure, and then the relative energy savings per measure. And so doing this, we can start picking different combinations of options and see how they come out in terms of if the utility savings pay off the upfront cost of measures. And if you scroll down to the next one, the Alt 1. So what I had mentioned previously is that, keep going down a little bit more.
So you've selected what looks like the most cost-effective measures to get the required number of points?
Yep. So anyways, yeah, we did this for those 5 prototypes to show cost effectiveness, and then we've given some of the results, and we have energy and cost savings per measure, so you can look through those if you like, and all that kind of came out of our updated our 406 table. So I think with that, I will give up the floor and let people comment and whatnot.
Okay. What we did at the last cycle is we split up voting on this kind of, since our 406 is a majority of the energy savings, at least last cycle in the code, what we did is we voted on a few correlation items before we got to the main proposal. And as an example, last time we voted to agree that energy savings would be a certain quantity of kWh. And what that meant is all the other proposals on 406 measures could easily be translated and correlated with each other. And I think that was useful to do. So as we consider this, I would like to vote on that so that we agree that these 406 measures can be correlated with one another. All right, I'm going to call on people in the order in which I saw their hands go up. So Mike Kennedy.
Good morning.
Morning, Mike.
I had a few comments, actually a lot of comments, so I'm not sure exactly how to present. I would be interested in, at least I could not find this proposal with any of the cost analysis, the life cycle cost analysis in it. It was not the file that was attached to the agenda did not include that, so I'd be interested in that, particularly the small building stuff. I do have concerns about the costs. There are several costs that seem to be woefully out of date. And I commented on this last code cycle. Heat pump water heater in particular looks to be low by a factor of 2 or 3. There's just a lot of concern that we're actually, I mean, I do blower doors as part of the code process up here as a kind of a side thing. And I wind up talking to builders about their houses and the credits and see what they do. And you know, it's very much a very different view for the builders. They do not feel like most of this is anywhere close to cost effective. So I have concerns that we're perhaps being a little too optimistic on our costs. I think there's a methodological question here, and I think because the base case changes in some ways, I think it's maybe not correct to look at the cost benefit as the difference between 3 credits and 5 credits. Because the 3 credits is no longer the same because the base case changed. I think we need to be evaluating 0, you know, what is the cost effective number of credits here? Is it 3? Is it 5? We need to be evaluating from 0 credits. The table 406.2, which is the fuel normalization table. All the references to equipment tables are incorrect. They appear to be the WSEC 2018 code. They should be the CR 102 file. I think to make the code readable, the equipment should actually be named there too. You know, it just references these tables and you have to go reference these tables. And I get putting the table reference, but I think it should say what kind of heat pumps they are.
You mean in the column header?
And yeah, like the table, that 403.3.2 parenthesis 1C, that doesn't exist anymore. I think it's now 3.2 parentheses 8. This section has always caused a lot of confusion, I think, or I shouldn't say confusion. This section is liberally interpreted because of the column label description of primary heat source. That could be, I mean, I've seen heated slab with a PTHP and they're claiming the PTHP is the primary heat source. So they just ignore the fact that they have a heated slab all the way through this. So it goes with both the primary, it's applied as if it's the primary area and also the primary system. And I wonder if that could be cleaned up. Item 3, I don't understand why there's 2 items there, one for 4C and one for 5B. The text, as far as I can tell, is identical. And it seems like that should be just done in a climate zone neutral way. I had concerns about small houses. I think it's way too many credits. I have concerns about upping the credits for additions where already, I mean, a small addition, they very likely will use the heating. They won't have choices about heating fuel. They'll have whatever they have. And it's kind of basically saying, hey, you're going to super insulate this addition. And I think especially if we go with 2 and then we get rid of or reduce the credits because of the increased window in the base code, I think there's some concerns about additions. 7.1, which is the introduced, I think there's a new measure for appliances. This is back to the credits, individual credits. It specifies a specific Energy Star list. And we went through this in the commercial code where, you know, a brand new piece of equipment introduced in 2023 or 2024 is not going to be listed in the 2021 Energy Star list. So that all that needs to be, all those references I feel need to be updated so that they, I think we said, you know, 2021 Energy Star or most current or subsequent or something like that. I think that needs to be modified. And credit 4.2, there's a section on less than 80 AFUE, and I'm not sure that's needed anymore. And then I found, and this isn't part of the changes at all, but I found the ands and the ors as part of the new 2.1 and 2.2 fairly confusing, or non-standard, I should say. So that's the main comments. I did feel like there needed to be a bit more work to this.
Thanks, Mike. Very good comments.
Thank you.
Henry, did you have any quick or instant reactions or feedback or thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks, Mike. That's a good, pretty straightforward editorial ones that I don't have any concerns about. I think to talk about your small home concerns, I know this is every cycle this comes up, and I do sympathize with that. To make a small house that uses a lot less annual energy than a large house, so it should be given a break when you just look at total energy use. The reason why we went 2 across the board here is back to that fuel normalization table with that carbon content of electricity lower than last cycle. Basically, if we didn't, say we only added a half credit to the small homes and someone puts in a heat pump, it would actually be regressive on energy savings because they would get such a bigger advantage going into the option table. So in 2018, this system type 2 gave you 1 credit going in. Now you actually get an extra 2 for this heat pump. And so we actually raised it across the board by 2 to make up for this big jump in value of installing a heat pump in the house. Because without that, then they could put a heat pump and they would actually do fewer energy saving measures in the credit table below. So
right, but there are also some fewer measures there because some of them have been pulled into code.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think reducing the number of credits should be off the table here.
Okay. Yeah, that was just a little context for you, but appreciate the comments.
Yep. Thank you, Mike, for your thorough review, and Henry for your response. And I believe in response to your suggestion, Mike, that we update the references to say most current or something like that. I believe Krista said in the commercial tag that we had to reference a specific standard. Krista, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that, but we couldn't reference whatever happens to be the most current. We had to reference a specific standard. Was that true, Krista?
Yes, you can't have an ambiguous reference in statute. It must specify
So
specific.
then we should be specifying the criteria and not the list. There's two things. There's the Energy Star 2021 most efficient criteria, and there's the Energy Star 2021 most efficient list. And so if you specify the criteria, there's at least an arguable case. You can say, hey, the criteria didn't get easier.
Okay, that seems to make sense. Krista, does that seem like a good a legal rulemaking thing?
Sure.
Okay, that sounds great. I'm glad we had that brief discussion on that. Damon, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to note what the previous speaker did, that there's a lot of data in this document that does not appear on the one that was posted on the website. If we could get this up right away so we can look at it, that would be great.
It is up there now.
Thank you.
And Krista, when did it go up there? I think Henry said it might be Thursday or something.
When did what? I'm sorry.
When did the backup data for this proposal get onto the website?
Oh, I just posted it now.
Okay, yes. Nobody's had a chance to look at it, so, okay. Thanks, Damon. Was that your comment?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
And Krista, is that posted with the proposal or somewhere else?
It's posted, yeah, sorry, feedback. It's posted on the website on the meeting date for May 27th, and then it's titled LCCA material for 073. Trying to copy the link directly into the chat, but it's not wanting to give me a.
Okay, thanks, Krista.
There it is.
Mike and Damon, do you want to lower your hands? And I have Greg Davenport next. Greg, are you?
Yeah, I just had to unmute. Good
Yep.
morning, everybody. I generally like where Henry and Dwayne are trying to go here. I have some concerns about our current code has done a nice job encouraging high efficiency heat pumps, which I think is great. As I understand, this proposal is going to say, we'll give you a lot of points for using heat pumps, which is great, but any federal minimum heat pump will do to get those credits. I'm wondering if we shouldn't put some kind of floor in there to get the credits, so we're encouraging people, continuing to encourage people to use high efficiency heat pumps. And the floor certainly doesn't need to be as high as it currently is, but saying any federal minimum heat pump will do is probably, we can do better than that. The last thing I wanted to comment on is when we get into proposal 023 and 024 here, we're going to look at proper applications of standard heat pumps, cold climate heat pumps, and all of that. I'll save that discussion for later, but I wanted to suggest, and Henry can say whether or not this is friendly, but I'm going to suggest a friendly proposal here, which is for system type 2 and 4, if you're in a cold area, and in proposal 023 and 024, I use the temperature of 23 degrees. We require people to use neat cold climate air source heat pumps. There's been a lot of misapplied heat pumps under our current code, and we want to get people to use cold climate heat pumps where appropriate and avoid using big supplemental systems. So my question is to Henry, whether or not that might be a friendly suggestion or not.
Yeah, totally get what you mean. Putting a crappy heat pump in a cold climate means just really expensive electric resistance. If you can scroll down to section 3 real quick, I just do want to show that there is a pathway for honoring above code heat pump equipment. So it's 3.2, 3.4, 3.5.
Oh, I missed that. Great.
Yeah. So this is incremental savings over a federal minimum. And
I
so
can't see the top of the column here. Can you scroll up a little so I can see the top of the column? Okay, now I understand. I missed that because I couldn't see those columns. Okay, I take back everything I said. Great work, Henry. But I still would like to see if we want to do something about the cold climate heat pumps and getting away from the big supplemental systems.
So
Yep,
Greg,
I
are
saw
those
those
in
proposals.
proposals? Are those
Yeah.
in the proposals that we?
Yeah, so I guess we'll get to that then. I take back everything I said.
Thanks, Greg. It's great to have your comments, even if you take it back. Just as a procedural thing, what we need to do something, we need to approve these and vote on these in some order. And we need to consider them in some order. So we're considering this one now, and whether we kick it out to homework or whether we vote on it today is up to you as the tag. But after we consider this, we will consider all the other 406 ones today, and we may vote on ones that the tag feels like voting on. So with that, Gary.
Thanks, Chell. Could you scroll up to the fuel normalization table, please? Thank you. I just want to point out that this credits table is now completely broken in my mind, mainly as a result of this fuel normalization table. And, just looking at that system type number 2 and the fact that 3 credits are given for a code minimum heat pump, in my mind, just defies logic. 3 points given for a heat pump up there means 3 points or 3 additional credits you don't have to go for in the tables below, which could include maybe more important measures like envelope measures or leakage measures. We've been very clear about our opposition to the new emissions factor chosen for electricity. I just want to point out that even at ASHRAE, there's no consensus among the standards on what the correct emissions factor is or ought to be for electricity. And just as a point of reference, the marginal emissions in the Northwest Power Pool today are about 1.5 pounds per kilowatt hour, more than 3 times what this code is using. And as a matter of fact, if you plug that in, this 3 credits for a heat pump might go to -3 credits for a heat pump, which points to the fact that it's just wildly unreliable as a normalization. It is not normalizing anything. It really is throwing everything off kilter. In a couple of proposals, you'll see that I have proposed eliminating the fuel normalization table and going back to something that's based upon energy savings alone. So I just think this is broken. It's getting more broken, and we need to get back to focusing in on saving energy and not allowing some fuel normalization table to send everything out of whack. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Larry, you are up.
Yeah, so from just the brief instant that I seen on his cost factors, he had an 11 HSP at like $1,500 hit. And yesterday, I mean, most of these 2-ton systems have to have a 5-ton coil to get to this 11 HSPS. And because of everything that's involved, and the cost, you're not even in the ballpark with the $1,500. The cheapest quote I seen that I got yesterday in Spokane on this was almost $7,000 for just the outdoor unit. Plus the indoor coil is more than double the price of a 2-ton coil that could be used on the 9 HSPF. Then I also see deeply buried ducts, and it showed 0 cost. Well, from an installation standpoint, I can tell you there is a cost to getting that duct buried deeply. There's a considerable cost. And the insulation people are adding that cost in there because it takes extra labor and extra material to get you that. So that's way off. But the other thing that I don't like what's happening was, well, we took a 2-point hit last time, so we're going to take a 2-point hit this time. But we got to remember the pie is getting smaller. Okay, the actual usage is getting tremendously smaller. But when we take our slice out of the pie, we're still taking a 2-point hit. Okay, so in actuality, we're taking a bigger slice of a smaller pie. And I don't like that. When you start really looking at what you got to do to get 6 points now, I mean, it's a lot. Okay. And then he said that he's giving you credit for using a heat pump because of the fresh air coming in. But when you start over here that's great for you guys in Seattle. But you got to remember, as the temperature gets colder out here, that heat pump becomes less efficient and the gas furnace starts taking over. And so what we need to do is break that up better. So, because that's not true, that heat pump, once it gets below 30 degrees, it's not as efficient. Okay. Unless we're going to some real expensive heat pump, and they are still less efficient. Okay. Then the energy cost that was used in stable, I brought it up before, but it's not even close to where it should be. And then finally, I think with Gary that we really need to get back to what we are actually saving on energy. It doesn't matter which fuel we're using right now. What does matter, though, is how much we're actually saving by improving the envelope. We've started down this wrong path several code cycles ago, but the best money spent is by improving our envelope and doing those kind of things. And this code really hasn't addressed any of that. And I'd be totally against this. Maybe go up a point and get rid of a lot of this stuff. But we're not giving any points to the builder that just did something else. And actually we're taking from them again. And so what it does is it means the cost of the house is going up dramatically. Okay. And people are not going to be able to afford this stuff. It's just point blank. You're not going to be able to afford it at the rate we're going. We can't continue down this path. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Mark Sniffen, you are next.
Morning. So as a building official, I look at builders struggling with trying to design houses to meet the energy codes. Where I see it a lot is in these small additions. If you are just adding a bedroom, you can't get any credit for water, and you really don't have a lot of choices. And it seems almost prohibited to build an addition without changing your main heating system. And I think adding those points are just going to make it terribly hard to design and to build the houses. And I would like to suggest that there's so many moving parts on this table and points. I would love it if someone could put together a typical house and say, okay, by adding 2 points across the board, what does this house have to have? What kind of features? And could you say, here's the normal house now and then what this 2-point across the board does, because it would be more understandable if you can say, okay, now your typical house has to have X, Y, and Z, because that way I think the public could understand what we're really asking here. We struggle all the time getting these points and adding this many points. I would like to see what the house looks like then. Does it mean that it has to have R10 continuous insulation now because we added this? Or so I don't know if you understand what the point I'm trying to make is that we really need to understand the implications before we just add these 2 points. I really would like to see what the house looks like. And that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Mark. And you are asking specifically about small additions or additions? Is that?
Well, that's the biggest challenge is these small additions. But I would like to see what a normal house looks like when we have to apply all these points, because it takes a long time to understand the implications of this until you start field applying this. So I would love it if you could say, okay, now your normal house is going to look like this, because I think we're narrowing it down to where it's the energy code is going to demand how we build this house. And I would really like to see how that looks.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Henry, could you walk us through how to get the cost-effective way that you imagined to get the addition, the kind of like 100 to 500 square foot addition credit, as well as perhaps just one medium-size house?
Yeah, we definitely did the minimum cost for the new construction on the houses. We didn't do the same analysis for an addition. I think we just added a half a credit on the addition requirement, just to keep it notching up with code. There was some comments in regards to that exact same concern. If you add a bedroom on, how can you actually get some of these credits? And so we made an effort to keep it a lot lower than the other bump up of 2 credits across the board. That is a valid concern. For the new construction, looking at the LCCA, as I mentioned, we compare it to a 2018 home. So it's the incremental difference between 2018 and 2021. That cost and the savings coming from that cost is what gives cost effectiveness in this analysis.
I guess, Henry, the question is there a path like where you say we're going to take 1.4, 2.3, 3.5, and 5.2 or something to get to the?
Yeah. If you scroll down a couple pages, Krista, to one of those, any one of them is probably fine. Any of the alt ones. And you could kind of do this yourself as well, the way this is set up. Yeah, so this is great.
Maybe let's go with a medium home, just because that's the kind of predominant home. And
okay.
And I think that was what your findings was, is that the 1,500 to 5,000 square foot home was a normal home.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it averaged out like 2,100 square foot's the average size house. And a lot of these measures that we're selecting are actually also based off of, NE actually just put out a 2018 code compliance study yesterday. So I encourage anyone interested to go to NE's website and take a read through that report. It's pretty fascinating. So we definitely reference that when we picked some of these measures. Builders know what is the least cost and how to get through. And so we based our first pass at what is a relative package of measures off of that report. They also did one 2015. And so there's some good info out there. But you can see here, this number of units column next to the gray reference. If there's a 1 there, that means we've selected that credit. So for this medium house, you see we picked a furnace, the 2 air changes, 22% UA reduction, ducts inside, drain water heat recovery, and a heat pump water heater. And then you'll see it shows the additional costs. So that comes out as about just under $1,200 or $12,000 incremental cost. And then the energy savings go along with that. And I do want to mention, so at the very bottom, you see it says added cost. It's a little bit vague, but that is the prescriptive updates. So that is the 3 ACH and some of the other envelope improvements that are in the prescriptive code. So while those aren't directly attributed to R406 anymore, I did include that cost when we're looking at the cost effectiveness of this section. So energy savings are included in there as well as the cost. Just a quick heads up.
I guess just to Larry's point, an envelope measure is selected for this one as well. So I guess your outcome, Henry, is that one might select envelope measures, to Larry's point about prioritizing those.
Yeah, so this is a gas furnace, and so just to get through, if the fuel normalization, you start off with 0, so they're forced to focus more on envelope measures.
Okay, and then I guess to Mark Sniffin's question about additions, I guess my opinion is that we did not get additions quite right in the last code, and it's probably caused a lot of, well, I know it's caused a lot of challenges for people doing small additions. So I want to make sure we get it right this time, and so I think exempting everything under 100 square feet is I don't know, seems like one step in that direction, and maybe we need to have a more robust discussion on what it means.
May I chime in on that? Henry adjusted that chart based on a proposal that I have into this tag group on additions.
Okay,
so there's a specific proposal that will be addressing additions later on.
Okay, awesome.
as well as alterations.
Great. All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome.
Next up is Dave Balon.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief. I think one of the main things that Gary misses is that the fuel normalization credits, as they sit in this table, reflect the difference in efficiency in energy delivered to the house. And for the most part, there's a small difference because of the carbon, but carbon is a secondary question. In effect, what this says is, look, when you put in a gas furnace, it's 1/3 as efficient as a heat pump or thereabouts and when we do that analysis, we being the royal we, it's actually Henry that's doing it, we use a fairly sophisticated simulation of the heat pumps that was developed over the last 25 years. And it more or less takes into account what happens when the heat pump runs out of gas as the temperature gets cold. It is, in this case, a base case heat pump, federal minimum, and uses the HSPF curve that is associated with that requirement. And that requirement, by the way, ends up being the requirement that all heat pump manufacturers, air source heat pump manufacturers, single speed, have to meet in order to meet the federal standard. There are other standards and there are other effects, but those are by and large in the option table, namely the cold climate ones, the ones with better capacity in the lower temperature ranges, et cetera. The objection that we should have taken 5B out is correct. This is an artifact of a previous version of this table. 1.5 was meant to be for the entire state, not for even though it's true that the impact of in 5B is more dramatic than the impact in 4C. We decided that complexity was just going to be unnecessary. The important detail is that we are actually changing temperatures in this analysis at 38 degrees Fahrenheit. I got that number from Larry, so that's why I used it. But I don't know what people use this for. It seems like a silly a silly exercise to do this, but apparently it's being done all over the place. So I use 38 degrees as a changeover temperature, and at that point the heat pump stops working and the gas furnace takes over for the entire everything below 38F. Let's see, what else do I have to say on this? I realize that this is starting to look expensive. And the thing I want to remind you of is that when the legislature said, get 70% reduction in the energy use of houses, or of all buildings, and get it so it's cost effective on a life cycle basis, when it said that, that didn't mean it was going to be free. It was going to be expensive. The question is it expensive relative to the long-term energy use and the value of the house? And yes, it's true. This is expensive, and it may yet get more expensive before we're done. But the fact is, we've expected this to happen. It has happened. It's been discussed at every single code cycle since it became clear that there was some money involved here, roughly the 2015 cycle, and we've ended up with the same problem, and we've ended up with the same solution. Namely, yes, we have to spend more money on these houses in their infrastructure. If we had an earthquake code and we had to put in more shear walls and better nailing patterns, we would also increase the cost, and we wouldn't ask that question. Maybe we just believe that shear walls is more important than energy efficiency, but that's not true in this forum.
David, was there a correction that you think that needs to be made?
The or clause in item 3 in that clause should, and then the reference to the climate zone in the first line of 3 should be removed. I also think that Mike's right about how we define primary heating system, and I don't know that we've actually got a definition for it at this point. I think, as usual, Mike finds the Achilles heel. So I think we should probably think about that.
May I recommend, if this is something that's necessary, Wazoo can submit its definition it's been working through the technical support hotlines.
All right, that'd be a good start.
Do you have that now?
No, I'm going to have to go to the website and seek it out. I will be back shortly.
Thank you. Dave Balon, if I read between the lines of what you said, you suggested that the fuel normalization table is almost an efficiency table, not a carbon table, because of the current carbon intensity of loads in the integrated draft of the residential code.
Right.
And I guess, just to say something perhaps silly, does that mean we could actually get rid of the table and just put the rest of these in the R406 as efficiency credits? I mean,
no, because the base case is what sets this table, the federal minimum standard for each of these pieces of equipment. And since those are not fuel blind, they're actually, the base case for heat pumps is way different than the base case for gas furnaces. So you have to basically have some method for getting the two systems on an even keel. All of the downstream options depend only on this table. They are not efficiency. They are efficiency, but they're efficiency relative to the heat pump itself or relative to the gas furnace itself.
I guess as the question a slightly different way based on your response. Is this, Henry said this is a carbon table, carbon normalization table, but it also sounds like it's primarily an efficiency normalization table as well. Is that also true, or?
It is in this particular case. I do not expect the carbon table to ever look like it looks right now. It will go down.
we're only talking about this code cycle.
Right.
And so I guess the question is this a carbon table or is it an efficiency table? And if it's an efficiency table for this code cycle, then I just wanted to kind of know that. If it's an efficiency table, then it doesn't matter. I guess then it could, I don't know. I guess that's something I wanted to know was,
right.
So for this cycle, it is an efficiency table and a carbon table are nearly the same thing, is what you're saying.
It was developed using the carbon table, but because the carbon table closes more or less the difference between on-site gas and electric generation, it ends up being essentially the same thing.
Okay, so this table, I guess, this fuel normalization table doesn't drive just carbon reductions. It is a significant driver of energy reductions as well, is what I hear you saying.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, cool. I just wanted to be clear because I think there's a lack of clarity that based on the conversations that we've had today.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Add a little color to that as well. A gas heated home uses about 35 to 40% more annual energy than an electric heat pump. And so kind of what Dave's also getting at is you need some way to get those two houses on level playing field, because if you just go directly to on-site credits, a gas home is going to always use more energy than a heat pump, and you're going to require both. You're going to be ratcheting down their on-site energy performance kind of unfairly because a heat pump has such an advantage in terms of over annual energy use to gas. And so that's kind of what this normalization table is doing. It's not necessarily, well, yeah, I won't add any more to that, but
okay.
It's a way to get those two more or less even before you start requiring specific energy measures.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Mike, you've already talked, so I'm gonna go to Patrick and then we'll go to Mike Kennedy next. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay. Henry, what I would like to see, because that's what I do for a living, is I apply for building permits. I would like to see for each one of these home models, example of a permit application. Because at that point, you are applying what you have here in real life. And this 2018 code, which R406 is a product of your work, and applying that to both single family and low-rise multifamily is very challenging. And now you're raising these credits, which to me, just raising the credit numbers and at the same time modifying the credits, starting to get into dartboard math. And so you can model these things all you want and come up with all these results that you want. But what you haven't done is created a permit application.
I mean, Patrick, just to be totally clear, every time we approve a new code as a code council, nobody has had to apply for a permit for that code before. Just to be totally clear, that's not a burden we expect all the proposals to have is a permit application that includes response to that, because it's not the code yet. I guess maybe you have a different.
Well, I would disagree with you. And I don't think that that is move forward without trying to apply for a building permit with what you're proposing. Because what if, say we table this thing and we say, okay, Henry, come back with a couple permit applications and examples of how you're going to go get a building permit with this code language. And what if he can't do it? Or what if there is no solution? Or the solution, he comes back and he goes, wow, that was really hard.
I mean, I guess Patrick, the Henry has listed the measures that would be able to presumably get a permit in here. And I guess what additional information are you looking for?
I'd like to see a proposed permit application.
Having it be
House, the medium
more-
house and the large house and an R2 dwelling. Just one example of how you would go and apply for the building permit. You know, the combination to get those credits. What the combination is. Just one example. Now, this is a big puzzle. There could be 20 examples. I'm only asking for one. Show us how you'd get there.
Can I chime in real fast again, and this may help? NIA has put forth funding to industry stakeholders in the Northwest that do the education pieces. So we've been involved as, consultant. TRC and Earth Advantage is currently in the process of working through a cookbook that we are calling it, or some their definition, yet to be determined. It's going to have these recipe cards, and they will give different option selections and links to website links that will help you pick your credit selection through codes. We currently beta tested one in our last code class, as Wazoo does monthly. We got great responses. We're working on it. So for those of you that keep asking the same resounding question of please just show me how to get through the code, we have you in mind, and we are definitely working on that for you.
Thanks, Jonathan. That's awesome. Patrick, you still have the floor. I'm struggling to understand.
I think that's great what Nia's doing, but all of this is still outside of the real world, Shell. I mean, lobby groups, which is what NIA is essentially, they're not applying for building permits. They're taking the puzzle, taking it apart and putting it back together. What I'm looking for is something that's real, that you would go across the counter with or upload into the portal. An example, just for the whole tag to look at. How do you get here?
So question for you, Patrick. Since he does show the list of credits that he's assuming would be the most economical ones, those would be the credits you apply for. What additional information would you possibly get by getting it from a permit?
I'm just looking for a real world example, not a model, and not from a lobby group. Something that you would slide across the counter.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, I hear the request. That's not a burden we put on proposals typically. I guess we haven't asked that of any other proposal. So, and when we do have a list of what is.
I don't think I'm asking for a lot, because that is what you're doing here is people, once this becomes code, July 1st, 2023, there's going to be a whole group of people that are going to have to deal with it in reality and apply it to their unique structure, which is not a 1,200 square foot model. It's a unique structure with unique conditions.
And there's thousands of potential designs.
I'm just looking for a couple of examples. So I don't think I'm asking for a lot. Basically, it's prove your pudding.
Okay. Thanks, Patrick. Did you have anything else?
Oh.
Okay. All right, Mike, you are up.
Yeah. I guess I wanted to I had something else to say, but I do want to talk to Patrick's point a little bit. I think it might be useful. I mean, these LCCA tables are, they are a little dense. I can go through and figure out what Henry assumed, but it might be good to have that with then also the credit that's coming from the carbon table, just in a much simpler table. As well as perhaps, I mean, the prototypes that Henry's using are based on buildings. I think the original things are quite dated at this point, but you know, it might be good to actually reiterate that table too of what the prototypes look at. And that might be what Patrick needs. My comment, and Henry, this is a question for you. It looks like you're evaluating, actually are evaluating from 0 credits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So like small electric, you're looking at how it takes to go, you know, what's the cost effectiveness from going from 0 credits to 5?
No, it's actually between the 2018 cycle and 2021. You're looking at the LCCA now, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it got complicated because the baseline prescriptive code changed between the 2 cycles. And so the base house in 2018 was less efficient than this one. And so you'll see that we just lumped a 2018 compliant home in that baseline run. And that's because the individual measure by measure savings weren't applicable. Like the calibrated measure by measure savings we did for 2021 did not apply to a 2018 base home. And so we kind of had to just do a lump sum for 2018 and then do a 5 credit small home for 2021. So it's really whatever, 3 in the 2018 and 5 in 2021.
So I want to, I guess I thank you for now providing the LCCAs. I do want to say, I mean, 50-year life for Windows for the HRV, and it seems quite long. And it seems like there's some overly generous lifetimes here. I mean, I've seen 30 and 40 years for Windows. I can't imagine an HRV on average lasting 50 years. And I actually can't imagine the air change, the envelope keeping its low air changes either, for that matter. So I really think there's some major life things here that need to be evaluated. The costs, I think, a lot of these costs are 10 years old. I'd be really interested in how they're handled in terms of how they're inflated. The heat pump number, as far as I know, your heat pump water heater is based on a unit that was made for a few years, was very cheap, and is no longer made. I mean, if you go out there for new construction, most builders are looking at $2,000 or more to get a tank. You know, for a large house, you're going to need an 80-gallon tank. They're $2,600 just for the tank.
Is that the incremental cost change or the total cost?
That's the equipment cost. And no, yeah, again, you could do a Delta cost in there, but that's a lot different than $900, Dwayne, which is what's being used here.
I'm curious to know what the if it's incremental, we're talking about what the base cost is.
Yeah, I guess it depends what the base cost is. What the base tank is it electric or gas and da-da-da-da-da. But I know where these numbers are coming from, and they're not how they're being used here for the costs for the heat pump water heater. So I think it would be important to review that. They've been pulled from all these places. And I did want to, I guess, clarify my comment about evaluating from the 2018 code, where we required 3 credits, say in small. The concern there is we've taken away some credits, as Henry has mentioned. So 3 credits may not be cost effective anymore, because we've pulled things that were elements of credits into the base case with infiltration, now with the window. So I really, what is the equivalent credits is more like 2 or 2.5. That's the equivalent building. So to say that the base case is 3 credits, that's actually already making it more stringent than it was. So I really think it's important that we need to evaluate from further down the stack, you know, from either 0 credits or at least account for the fact that we've taken away some credits. So.
Thanks, Mike. Or are you okay? Thanks, Mike.
I understand.
I think we are probably to the point where we either need to move this forward or vote on it rather, or suggest that the proponent convene a group to modify certain things. I've heard lots of kind of general criticisms of this or that, especially cost. I know that the cost also just was put on the website this morning, so we might need more time to consider this. But I think we're getting to that point. So think about what you as the tag want to do with that. And I'll call on Patrick. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add in that I think we need a real world example. And for example, on the 2018 code, for the projects that I'm working on that are under the residential code, I've had to build these spreadsheets of examples of how we can get, so for multifamily, 4.5 credits of the options, which we've discussed, regarding the heat pump water heaters on the decks and all sorts of things. I'm just asking for that, Shell. Just not, a real world example of how you would get there. Say 3 options per type so that the whole group can see. And, you may find out that, wow, we really don't have that many choices, or this was quite challenging. And that would feed into this whole cost discussion going on, which I'm staying out of. That people would see where we're going and what it costs. And yes, David, you said that when the legislature did this, that there were going to be costs involved, but when it's your wallet, regardless of the legislature, there's something to think about. And this whole group, there's a lot of people that talk out of both sides of their mouths about affordable housing.
Right.
And, you're not doing affordable housing a favor with proposals like this.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Dave Balon.
Yes, Joe, I'm gonna jump off this bridge. I move that we accept the proposal that Henry's made, was 73, as modified.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We also have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal?
Chal, this is Greg. I only have one quick question. If we vote yes for this, does that mean we can't vote for Dwayne's proposal later?
So yeah, very good question, Greg. So what we did the last cycle, which is what is allowed, is if we voted this forward, for example, when we consider all the other 406 proposals, those would modify this proposal. So in other words, if we voted for the one Dwayne has that increases credits, that would then modify this to increase the credits. If we then voted for Jonathan Jones' proposal on additions, that would then modify this proposal. So we can, when there are multiple proposals about the same thing, it's the last one that we voted on that takes precedence and modifies anything prior. Does that make sense?
For me.
Greg?
Yep, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yep. And there is just this, there's always another option, which is to, even if we pass something, we can always reconsider it. There's rules for that as well if we absolutely needed to go there, but generally those are the rules we fall under. So I guess David, Dave Balon, did you want to speak in favor of your motion beyond what?
For the most part, I was going to reiterate what you just said. At the end of this process, Joe and us will have to write a final report to the council that it more or less takes into account whatever we do. We will, in fact, undoubtedly modify this proposal with subsequent changes that are being proposed. But you have to start somewhere. And this is a really pretty good place to start. It's pretty complete. There's a few issues that we should probably try and address, but now's the time not to form working groups, but to get a stake in the ground that we can go forward with.
Thanks, Dave. I see Dwayne's hand up as well.
It just in response to Patrick's concern that we rarely see a proposal that's been this thoroughly documented as we have in front of us now. And it gives what looks to me like a reasonable list in each case of the options that would be selected that would be the most cost effective. And people are certainly free to try to find more cost effective options than that. But we're in, I think we're on very solid ground, and I want to congratulate Nia and Henry for really yeoman work.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick?
I move we have a roll call vote on this.
I will definitely do a roll call. I mean, that's,
right.
can you, I will do
Thank
a
you.
roll call vote on this, Patrick, if you want
Thank
to
you.
withdraw your motion.
Motion for a roll call vote.
Okay, does anyone want to second that?
Sure.
Would it ever be that we wouldn't have a roll call vote?
Can't he just request it? It doesn't have a motion, does it?
Yeah, I think he just has to request it, but he made a motion, so we have a motion and we have a second. Dwayne, was that your second?
Yes.
We have a motion and a second for a roll call vote on this vote upcoming. So all in favor of having all in favor of having this be a roll call vote, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, we don't need to do a roll call vote on whether we do a roll call vote because nobody voted against it. Okay, so we're going to do a roll call vote. Dave Balon, you still have your hand up, but I'm going to call on Damon.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm a numbers guy. There's a lot of good data in this 43-page report. And I would like personally to review it before going forward with the motion. So I'll be voting nay.
Mike Feller.
My comment is that, where is it? From our last meeting, item 2.1 for 3.0 being struck. In the last meeting, we revised it back to what it was previously in the 2018 code to 5.0 as the baseline for the air changes. That's my understanding. That's what's in the meeting minutes as well. So I think we need to bring back what was struck in 2.1 as a measure to have 3.0.
In this proposal?
Yes.
Could you briefly look at that?
Well, I guess it's up to Henry. I mean, it's right now the baseline's 5 to provide an option for 3 air changes.
Yeah.
My understanding of the baseline is 5.
Then Lisa had a proposal. The next one that came up was actually proposed to drop back down to 3, and I believe that passed. So I would like it to be 3 as the baseline. I just couldn't find it quick enough to say that we did made it 3. So, but if that's the case, but either way, I think you can fix it, or if it needs to be fixed, you can add it back in. If it doesn't, it's fine. But I just want to raise that point. Thank you. Yeah, and that's a good point. This table is going to change a lot with all these other measures too. So I think we already mentioned that. I'm ready to be flexible to incorporate new measures and tweaks as needed.
Yep, I think that's good. Okay, Kevin, do you want to speak, please? Kevin, you're putting stuff in the chat. You have a point of order, and you're saying Roberts does not allow discussion or explaining one's vote. My understanding is after a motion, I don't believe that Patrick's motion was a call of question, which would require an immediate vote. So my understanding is after a motion is made, we discuss things. And so I don't know why we wouldn't allow discussion.
I'm sorry, you are correct. My misunderstanding.
Okay, yeah, if Patrick had made a call or question and we had a 2/3 majority, we would end debate instantly. But nobody else has hand up, so I think we are going to do a roll call vote right now.
Damon,
Nay.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
No.
Wade,
No.
Dwayne,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes. Yes.
Gary Hickman,
No.
Andrea,
Nay.
Irina,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Patrick, I don't hear you.
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
motion carries 10-8.
Okay. Motion passes, as Crystal said, 10-8. Larry, you have your hand up. We are about to start considering the next R0406 option, but Larry, you have the floor if you want
Kind of pointless now. I mean, the problem is if you do an addition with this new code, I don't think you can do an addition anymore without a major remodel into the existing structure. It's just, you're not going to do it. And so what happens is you could probably have less BTUs going out of a new addition than what the existing was. And so we're actually making it worse because people aren't going to be able to do the new addition because of these costs that would be put involved here. You're not going to be able to take an old home and put an addition on the side of it without to have such a substantial cost that, and I've already seen it. We had one.
So Larry,
person-
just, I don't want to cut
Yeah.
you off, but we already discussed this, and Jonathan has a proposal on additions, and so we'll have a robust discussion when we consider that one. So can you save your comments for when we discuss that proposal?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Someone in the chat, who was it, said, Tina Risley said, can you repeat the motions after the vote? Yes, the motion was to pass the proposal as amended into, to go on to the MVE committee and the council, knowing that we have many other proposals that will modify that proposal. Dwayne.
Well, it's good that we got through one thing, but it's been 2 hours. Do we get a break for a couple of minutes?
Yes, it's been 10:30. So let's take a 5-minute break right now. So we're adjourned, or we are not adjourned. We are taking a break.
Phil, Senator Wilson has a hand up. You want to let her go here?
Okay, Senator Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question. So you all just voted on this LCCA here that was just presented on the website just well after the meeting started, so not available. It's 43-page document here that wasn't available for everyone to look over. So I was curious, when was that document actually available? Not posted on the website, but actually finished and could have been put on the website.
It was submitted with the proposal. I thought the linked proposal was the one that was rolled together, but apparently it did not include the attachment. So that was staff error.
Okay, but my question is, when was that it was available but wasn't?
April 8th.
April 8th. Okay, and so here we are, May 27th, and they got less than 2 hours to look it over, and then you voted on it. I'm just bringing that up. It just doesn't seem like that's a good way to go about things. And so anyway, thanks, I guess.
I agree with Senator that, you know, you're voting on things that have a lot of dollars and a lot of things involved. And if it wasn't presented for everybody to digest it and then vote on it, it's known in politics as railroading.
So the tag can consider what it considers, and everybody's vote is based on the information they have available. So the tag voted knowing that they got that information when they got it. So I think probably some people voted against it that might have voted for it had they gotten the information earlier, or maybe vice versa. I don't know. But the tag has already voted on the motion. So unless somebody's making a motion to reconsider it, and that can only be made by someone who voted for it, then we should go on to recess, and we'll see you all in 5 minutes at 37 after the hour. Jonathan Jones sent a definition of heating systems, and I just put that in the chat right now.
I would say it's our attempt to define it for technical support.
So this is the source is WSU?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And then Andrea asked if something is a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Sure, stay on.
The document was submitted with the initial proposal. And for some reason, the PDF document posted on the website didn't contain the cost benefit. And it was posted just now for convenience. It shouldn't be considered part of this meeting. It was posted just for convenience for the technical advisory group members, but it shouldn't be considered as a document that should be taken into consideration at this meeting. This is the time to make this statement that, you know, council members, technical advisory group members, we're in the same team. Okay, so I really don't appreciate it when staff is always the party that will be blamed for anything. We are in the same team. If something is missing, we apologize for that, but we're getting so much heat, we're getting so much work, we cannot keep up with everything. So that was a mistake. Since April 8th, nobody else saw it. It was just considered at today's meeting. So I don't want to blame anybody. That's a staff mistake. We'll investigate what happened and why. But again, we are in the same team. So if we don't help each other, then we won't be able to adopt any code. That's my statement.
Thank you, Stian. The agenda says we're moving on to proposal 22, which is Andrea Smith's proposal. Larry, you have your hand up.
I think it's a point of order here, since we didn't have a cost analysis when you guys went to the tag. I don't know how you could vote on it. I mean, because that's part of the tag process of having that cost analysis there. And it wasn't there. So, I mean, that's, in the past, I don't think you would be allowed to vote on that, but that's where I'd come from. I'm sorry, but thanks.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Andrea, do you want to speak about your proposal? Want to introduce it?
Thank you. So we've heard a lot since the implementation of the 2018 energy code that the prescriptive pathway table, the R406, is a little bit burdensome to our members that have traditionally built above code. And so we're trying to come up with a way with this proposal to allow them the flexibility to showcase their expertise in building performance by allowing them to basically choose materials and appliances that best work for their buyers, the design, and of course the buyer's pocketbooks. So the way that the code is currently written, I think it confuses builders in that they think there's a performance pathway that is referenced in R405, I believe, and the way that it's written makes it seem that you also have to oblige by the requirements within the table in R406. And so I just created in the scope of R406.1 an exception that said any new construction utilizing a simulated performance alternative as authorized by section R405 should not have to abide by the requirements within R406. And so I guess the reasoning behind this, as I've already alluded to, is that this has the capacity to save our builders money, which then in turn saves homeowners money. They're allowed to design with energy efficiency and cost in mind, and it allows them to kind of find a balance between those two variables. We've had a number of builders that have built high performance homes, whether that be net zero, net positive, other certifications, etc., that have said since the last code was implemented, what was that, February of 2021, they've seen an average increase of at least 20,000 just based on having to comply with the tables. A lot of times they're already complying with higher standards than what's required in R406. And so this is just a way to basically allow them to, you know, use their expertise and build a really efficient home as long as it meets the requirements of energy efficiency. What is it, like 70%? So meeting or exceeding those requirements. And so on the jurisdictional standpoint, I feel like this would help to support jurisdiction staff, especially those of lower that don't have as many staff members available to, you know, verify compliance and all of that. And so by having like a simulated performance alternative, I definitely think that like that will alleviate some of the stresses that they've experienced over the past year and a half. So
thanks, Andrea. Do you have any numbers on like what percentage of the builders are using this R405 path right now? You don't have to answer that, but I was just wondering.
I don't have a percentage. I've been told that, you know, it doesn't seem like they can use that path. I know that there's about 7 jurisdictions, and I'm not going to name any names, but they basically are allowing builders to use that, but I don't think it's widely used across the state. And you know, if somebody is an expert in high performance building, and like they might as well build to their expertise without having to take on additional cost burdens within the prescriptive pathway.
Okay. Thanks, Andrea. Dave Balon. Dave Balon, I do not hear you.
Sorry. Andrea's right. There is a problem here. It's not in 406 or 405. It's in 401.2. Can you, Kristen, can you bring up 401.2 for the screen? Is it possible? Oh, good. There we go. So 401.2 defines compliance. And I think this sentence, if you look at item 2, it says R405 in addition to the options. I think that sentence was put in 2009. I don't think it's ever been taken out. We have long since provided mechanisms for adjusting 405 independent of 406. So I think what she really needs to do here is strike the sentence after R405. It just isn't. It isn't really how 405 is set up right now, so that you can actually make 405 without doing and get the performance that 406 asks for without going anywhere near 406. Do you understand what I'm saying, Andrea?
Yeah, no, I definitely think we should make that change.
So putting an exception, because of the way our code is written, the compliance language is in this section, 401.2, and not in the individual sections throughout the code.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I would accept that modification, definitely. Thank you.
So I guess, Dave Balin, in your wisdom, do we need the exception from the original proposal, or is the exception better as a strikeout?
This is the solution to what she's trying to do with the exception.
Yeah. So
like I said, you don't once you know which part of the code you're complying with, 401.2 tells you what you have to do. Once you've done that, all the rest of the sections that you could have used are not relevant.
Yep, perfect.
Thanks, Dave. That'll make the code a lot better for Andrea's proposal.
I would like to apologize for not having seen this. I'm sure that I had something to do with it 12 years ago, but I just forgot about this.
Thanks, Dave. Dwayne.
Yeah, I like the idea of blaming Balon for something. I just want to make sure that this doesn't then constitute some kind of a rollback, that we're not ending up with now a less efficient pathway through the modeling path than we had.
So Dwayne, look at section 405.3, I think it is.
Dwayne has the floor, but Dwayne, did you ask Dave a question, or?
Dave and Andrea, because what I saw in the original proposal was that we took away a requirement, but we didn't adjust the R405 requirement in any way that would compensate for that.
So look at what's on the screen now. See, what we did was we made an adjustment to the 405 mechanism to account for the additional points that existed. Actually, this was done in 2018. I suppose that we should revisit it. But leaving aside that question, this is where the adjustment to 405 happens in 402. I'm sorry, 402. 405.2, I'm sorry.
But I guess is Dwayne's question that the 73%, the 56%.
That's right. Henry's proposal did adjust these numbers.
The proposal we just passed.
We just passed, yeah.
Okay, so what did Henry's proposal say in these instances? You,
I had the same savings I drove in R406, so actually a little bit less. It was 9% drop from here.
So
And I will.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's this top part here, 64, 47, 41.
Okay.
So Henry, the change that Dave Balon is proposing to make here, in lieu of Andrea's original proposal, is it does not then constitute any kind of rollback. It's already incorporated in what we've done. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different compliance pathway than what I've shown, like thoroughly showed in my proposal. So I can't, fully state that it's not a rollback, and I don't know how they would model it. But yeah, we did, ratchet down that percent savings alongside our 406.
And
yeah.
Okay, I mean, because it makes really good sense to not have to include 406 credits in a modeling path.
Yes.
If as long as we've made sure that the modeling path results in roughly the same energy efficiency that we had to begin with.
Mm-hmm. I do believe there's a few modeling proposals coming up as well, so we might have a couple different opportunities to look at that.
And finally, Andrea, are you accepting what we just saw on the screen there as a friendly modification to your original proposal?
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I have Damon up next, if you're done, Dwayne.
Yes.
Okay, Damon.
I think the performance path as it exists in the code right now is not the same as the ERI proposal that's coming up down the road. So can we keep the section 407 as a compliance option? So I see we've got 1 and 2, but we took out number 3, section R407.
Yeah, that just, it didn't copy fully, so it wasn't included. It would still be included.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Thanks, Damon. Mark Sniffen, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with the performance pathway. I don't see it used much, but the question is, how would that information get over to the inspector at the ground level? Is that and the report have to be on the plan set so we can check to see what the building's supposed to look like as far as the components go in it?
And the way that I've seen it applied is yes, you would submit your performance plan, I guess, if you want to call it that, at the time of permit submittal. And then I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, so don't quote me on this, that at the end, before you get a final certificate of occupancy, you need to get it approved by a third-party consultant. But that's just how I've seen select jurisdictions run it. So I would say that's kind of open at this point.
So like when you call for an installation inspection, how's my inspector supposed to know what he's approving or looking at?
I can respond to that as a building official. Our inspectors are supposed to be looking at how the construction complies with the approved plans. And so it does get more complicated. I would say, though, in answer to Chel's question from earlier, we just a few months ago got in a single family residence that was using a modeling path. And it was remarkable because it was the first one we'd ever seen. And we got a lot of single family coming through, but it's just extremely unusual that anybody would take that path thus far.
Dan Wildenhouse put in the chat that 3,300 homes units, including 2,000 single family homes per NIA's data, used the performance modeling over some time period. So thousands of homes.
Is is there any requirement to have those energy options from the performance space on the plans like we do for the prescriptive?
Yeah, we require people to clearly label which options they're selecting.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I didn't want to just jump in. I know Andrew has the floor. There is a proposal for an ERI index on the table, which reintroduces the entire IECC chapter that's written, particularly on that performance path. So it spells out exactly on what certifications people have to hold, what documentation has to be submitted, and the choices the jurisdictions have between allowing the correct people with the right certifications to do that for them, or taking some sort of checklist as spelled out in the chapter and then doing it themselves.
Thanks, Jonathan. Mark, you still have the floor. Did you get your question sufficiently answered?
Well, hopefully in the end, we'd have a way for inspectors to check for compliance. That's my main question, but it sounds like that might be being introduced, and yeah, that was my main concern. Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
on that point, I have like a document that could be utilized by multiple jurisdictions that kind of walks through all of those things, and it is actually based on the ERI. So if that's helpful, I can provide that to you if this passes, but the whole objective here is just to correct the language so that builders know that they have that opportunity to build to a performance pathway rather than prescriptive.
All right, thank you. Greg, I have you up next.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I've worked with a lot of performance path stuff. I see a lot of builders who do it, and I do believe that energy modeling performance path is a great tool if it's correctly applied and it's a good model for all of that. I have a few comments on this one. Energy modeling can have biases built into the model. Energy modeling is very similar to heating and cooling load calcs. I see heating and cooling load calcs every day. A lot of people who do heating, cooling, load calcs, energy modeling make mistakes. They're complex models, so it's easy to miss things. If you look back at what we've done with blower doors in the state of Washington, I think it was about 10 years ago, we started requiring those, which is quite a bit simpler than energy modeling. We've seen a lot of inconsistencies even with blower doors, and we haven't seen very good oversight on that. So that's my biggest concern here, is how will the oversight on performance path and ERI work? I actually know of one or two raters who have cut some corners. A few of them have even been suspended temporarily from HERS and Energy Star ratings. Energy modeling is much more complex than prescriptive energy credits. So I think the prescriptive energy credits are a lot easier to be objective about. And the last thing I wanted to say on this is, I just want to make sure there's good data that shows that ERI modeled homes will always meet or exceed the prescriptive pathway. That's all I had to say on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And just to be clear, this is not the ERI path, is it?
No, this just fixes the language so that there's an opportunity for a performance pathway option to be utilized without R406.
Yep.
This has, I'm not in any way endorsing any sort of alternative. I'm just making it more readily available.
Okay, yeah, I think we're considering an ERI HERS proposal later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Dave Valon, you still have your hand up?
Yes, I do. I call the question. This is a simple proposal. It's a good cleanup. I call the question.
Okay, what if you don't call the question? I'm just going to call a vote anyway.
Oh, good. Then I'll not call the question. You can just call the vote.
Okay,
Do we have a motion on the floor?
we don't have a motion.
Oh,
Dave, you
oh.
want to make a motion?
I move that we accept the motion as shown on the screen, as modified and shown on the screen.
This is Amy.
I
I'll
second that. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You can have it, Jonathan.
It doesn't matter to me. Rock, paper, scissors.
right.
I'm sorry. It's mine. Thank you. I'll make that. It's just being funny.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. The motion is to adopt or incorporate into what we're sending to the MB and the council, the proposal as modified on the screen today. So I will risk a voice vote with this one. And is there further discussion? I don't see any hands up. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right. Thanks, Andrea and Dave Balon.
Thank you, everyone.
That's good. All right, we're on to our next proposal. And that is Gary, you have the floor. This is R406.3 061, additional energy efficiency requirements. So Gary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chell. Yeah, and at the risk of boring people by reading it, I may do that. But this code, this change proposal would delete the fuel normalization table, revert the credits to be based solely on energy savings rather than carbon emissions. And part of the reasoning there is natural gas service providers are now regulated under the 2021 Climate Commitment Act, recently adopted by Washington, to put Washington on a trajectory to achieve 95% reduction in emissions by 2045. And so really, I think that trying to eliminate or disadvantage specific fuels or technologies in the state energy code now are which will constrain consumer choice and increase cost really is no longer necessary. Utilities are going to be held to this Climate Commitment Act. And so again, this proposal would eliminate the fuel normalization table and base it upon energy savings. It would also establish some minimum requirements to choose options from at least 3 different categories. It updates and increases the number of credits required to advance energy savings. It increases some credit values for categories 1 and 2 to recognize that envelope measures are longer lived measures than equipment measures. And then made some tweaks and additions to some of the other options. So as you can see here in the energy credits, right where you are, Krista, so it would increase, and I roughly tried to, let me just double check. That almost doesn't look like mine. I guess that is mine. Yeah, would increase the credits available for options 1 and 2, which kind of cover the envelope measures. It wasn't totally arbitrary, that there was a certain amount of logic there where I tried to increase by where I could by approximately 50% the credits available for those measures. In some cases, I didn't want to go to 0.75, so I just bumped up to 1.0. So that was the logic there. If you scroll down a little bit more on there, and just keep on scrolling. I think you can review those. And in most cases, I tried to increase by about 50% on those envelope measures, again, to recognize the longer lived portion of the members or of those measures. So keep on going down. Also, stop. Could you go up a little bit? Sorry. And what I had done here in sections 3, sorry, go down to start on 3 there. is to slightly tweak some of these. I went back to a spreadsheet that Chuck Murray had sent me in the 2018 code. And Dave, I believe, David Balon, I believe it was probably your spreadsheet that you guys had provided me during our discussions on fuel normalization way back when, and tried to make adjustments for energy savings only. My calculations showed a slight tweak in some of the numbers in 3.1, 3.2, 3.4. And again, kind of accounting for an elimination of the fuel normalization table since 3.2 to 4 showed one credit, but it also acknowledged the fuel normalization credit. So if you keep on going down on there into section 5, I also added right there 5.7 an acknowledgement of water heating systems that would utilize gas-fired heat pump technologies. Acknowledge that residential sized gas heat pump water heaters are not quite in the market. I believe they will be by the time this code goes into effect. So again, this acknowledges and makes reference to NEA's Tier 2 advanced water heating spec for gas-fired residential storage water heaters. Basically, what that would require would be a gas-fired heat pump water heater with a COP of 1.2 or higher. Let me see, what else have we got? Could you keep scrolling down? I'm not sure if I'm at the bottom of this there yet. So that's basically it. Again, getting back to energy savings, eliminating the fuel normalization table, giving a little bit more credit to envelope measures, and adding a gas heat pump option. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I guess, so you increased the credit requirement numbers here 4, 8, 9, 5, and 2.
Right.
And you also increased the amount of credit you get for doing efficiency measures generally. Do you kind of have a sense of if this is going to end up about where we were before because you increased the credit numbers, but you also increased the amount of credit you get for things? Or do you think this is an additional energy savings?
Well, I believe it will push forward. I did not do a qualitative or quantitative analysis on this. I believe increasing the number of credits will have basically the same effect as Henry's proposal in increasing the credits there. So I guess the answer to that is yes.
Okay, I guess I was just wondering because you increased the credits, but you also increase, you get more credit for each of the credits. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So like overall, is it? I don't know where, if you pick a somewhat cost-effective path or whatever, do you end up with energy savings or not? I guess was kind of, yeah, that's my question.
And to be fair, I did not do a detailed analysis of how that would compare. I would I would love to work with Henry maybe on that if he had the ability to help in that analysis.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Dwayne, I think you had a hand up first.
Thank you. Gary's reasoning statement says that the State Climate Commitment Act sets up this cap and trade arrangement by which the state has to reduce emissions by 95% in the next 22 years or something. So there isn't any need to control emissions, just energy, because everything else will take care of itself. In response to that, I'd say that it is common to have multiple state policies that support the same objective. The legislature didn't modify the energy code which calls for net zero carbon eventually. And this would roll back the code without proposing some other means to get those same savings. The Climate Commitment Act is going to require utility ratepayers, not stockholders, to cover the cost of carbon credits, I think. And many of these credits will be generated by electrification projects, but so a lot in transportation, but also home heating funded by utilities that need to meet the standard. And so we don't want to be building new fossil fuel heating systems now that the ratepayers will have to pay to electrify a decade from now. So we need to keep this fuel normalization concept so that we're building things right from the beginning at a vastly reduced cost. We need to reduce the carbon emissions now, not in 2045. And the first business is just to stop installing new combustion equipment. Thanks.
Thanks. Dwayne, Gary, you look like you unmuted and had a response.
Just a quick response. Just because we're electrifying something doesn't mean we're getting rid of all emissions. Electricity still has associated emissions. We can argue about that emissions rate, but we're all driving for carbon neutrality by a certain date. So I believe that keeping fuel choice and equipment choice and options open for homeowners is important. There are advancements in gas technologies coming down the road. There are developments and advancements in renewable natural gas and hydrogen and other ways to reduce the carbon content of the pipeline. I just think it's important at this point to keep those options open and to work together to reduce carbon and to reduce emissions towards the goals of whether they be 2045 or 2050. So thank you.
Well, it is possible to get our electric grid down to zero carbon or zero net carbon. That, and in fact, we're making tremendous progress towards that right now. It is also possible to reduce the carbon content of the gas pipeline, but even doing everything that looks even remotely possible only cuts that by a fraction. So we can't get the pipeline gas down to carbon neutral ever.
I would say that there are studies that would disagree with you on that. And there are utilities who have plans in place to become gas utilities to be carbon neutral in the future, one way or the other. So we differ in that opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Debilan, you're next.
Yeah. Well, I'd like not to get into the discussion of carbon, of the carbon content of gas, maybe a little bit later. But the most important thing to note here is that this is in effect a rollback, except for heat pumps. What this does is it basically makes it so every other kind of system ends up with fewer measures, not fewer credits, fewer measures, and thus higher energy use. The only exception to that is heat pumps, which in this case would actually increase the number of credits that a heat pump would have to get, which is a reasonable thing to do if you're trying to sell gas furnaces. But it isn't really reasonable from the point of view of maintaining the progress towards our goals in throughout the sector. I guess after spending 30 years listening to the fossil fuel industry commiserate, obscure, and otherwise equivocate on the subject of carbon neutrality and their commitment to the planet, et cetera, I'm really interested not in that question. I am interested in the question of how much money and what are the plans? What is the gas company going to do to get renewable gas? It is true, Gary's right. There are studies that show that you could do it with hydrogen, that you can do it with biogas, and possibly even some other things. And the energy strategy does concede that point in its final in one of its final scenarios. What it also says is that's the most expensive way to do it. The most expensive way is to try and essentially build this entire infrastructure that doesn't currently exist, namely hydrogen and biomass and synthetic gas. It's true that you could do that, but it's also true that somebody's going to have to set up a way of actually getting that to happen. And if the gas company thinks that's going to happen and they're going to do it, I want to know. I want to know what it is they're going to do and when.
Okay, I think we can get into this. We're going to get into the carbon table emissions later. I think what's being discussed right now is
it's just an early
a bit irrelevant to what we're talking about now. So I want to make sure we're staying on this proposal and its effect. And I think the future gas industry has potential, has some relevance here. So is that your comments?
The main comment is this is a rollback for almost all systems, certainly for all gas systems.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, I think we can break this into a few components here. I think the easiest one is, the addition of the gas-fired heat pump water heater. It seems totally valid, and I'd be happy to help get that into whatever form of R406 table there is. Even though it's not available, if it is something a builder can buy and it brings savings, we should honor that. The 1.5 credits proposed by Gary seems in line, so I would support that. In terms of upping all the individual credits, as Gary did by half to a point, seems a little obscure. I did do that in my proposal, as I just showed, but that is take into account your heating fuel type. And so that is specifically looking at a gas home. What is the value of an insulation measure compared to a heat pump home? If you take out this fuel normalization and furthermore take out those two columns that I propose where you can honor savings per fuel type, then what you're effectively doing is you're weighting a heat pump home with the gas home. And so you actually pull down the value of a load reduction measure in a gas home and lift up the value of a load reduction measure in a heat pump home, because you're turning those two very different fuel types and energy consumption breakdown into a single representative house. So to mesh those two back together, effectively weight them back to a single house, but then honor more savings across the board, does not makes sense, at least in the way that I analyze R406 table. So I don't agree with increasing those credit values. And as far as the proposed number of credits put up by Gary here, I don't have a sense of how far that would bring us compared to 2018 if we take out the fuel normalization. And certainly if we keep his new credit values within the table, I think I would agree that it's probably a rollback. So in short, I agree with the heat pump water heating proposal, the gas-fired heat pump water heater. And just on the surface, I do not agree with upping the individual credit values. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Henry. Larry, you have the floor.
The biggest thing I'm seeing here is if we can get less energy used. Okay, and I think that's his idea here, is for the actual BTUs that we're using in the house, it's less than what we were in 18. And I think that's really the goal, is to get to less BTUs used, and how we get there is just another path. So and to me it looks like we would use less BTUs than what we would use in the 2018 code. And to me, the thing that bothers me is first we talked about we needed to get to 9%, and then I hear, well, we need to get to 14%. So I mean, I thought it was a 9% gain, and I think this would get us to that 9% gain of where we are. So, and I think it's a little more cost effective. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Andrea.
Yeah, I agree with Larry. I don't want to repeat his entire conversation or discussion. So I'll give up the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Amy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to the point about the Climate Commitment Act, it's going to provide gas utilities with declining allowances for existing customers, but will not provide those same allowances for new customers coming onto the system. And while I think there can be a role for alternative fuels that we should consider, I haven't seen an indication that significant investment is going to come to fruition in the next few years for that. And if it does come to pass, I think this tag gets to update the residential energy code shortly. In the meantime, continuing to incentivize new construction to build with fossil fuels seems risky to customers, and it creates this misalignment with state policy. So I appreciate Gary's work on the table, but deleting the fuel normalization tables specifically doesn't seem like the right move. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Dave Balin, you still have your hand up, but I guess I'm hearing two things. One is that we have support for the proposal and some people are against the proposal. We also, Henry and perhaps others like the addition of the fossil fuel fired heat pump to the other credit table. So there could be a couple of motions here depending upon what people want to do. So I will, nobody has their hand up right now. So if somebody wants to make a motion, I see those two motions either for or against this proposal, or
yeah, this is Dwayne. Motion to disapprove.
Move to disapprove entirely.
Yes.
Okay,
This is Dave Balon. I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to disapprove this one. Further discussion. We also have a second. Okay, Gary.
Yeah, you guys jumped the gun on me there. I was going to maybe move to maybe table this in order to maybe meld some of the acceptable portions of this into Henry's original proposal. Also not opposed to increasing the number of credits in there if folks felt like there was actually a rollback here. So,
so Gary, is that a motion to table?
No, we already have a motion on the floor.
I don't know my Robert's rules well enough to know if a motion to table overrides a motion to disapprove or approve.
No, we're voting at the moment.
We're in discussion at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in discussion on the motion.
Shell's right. A motion to table is considered in the discussion, and once it's made, if it's made, the discussion stops and we vote on the motion to table. It passes or it doesn't pass. If it passes, then we table it. If it doesn't pass, then we continue with the discussion to vote on it.
Thanks, Dave. That was what I was looking for. So Gary, did you make a motion to table? I couldn't tell.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table.
Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Damon provides a second. All right, let's do a roll call vote on this motion to table this.
Okay, Damon,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
No.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No. Yes. Motion. No, against the motion to table.
Against the motion to table, okay. Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Arena,
No.
Amy,
Yes.
Greg,
No.
Henry,
Yes.
Gavin,
No.
Patrick,
Yes.
Luke,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Chell,
I would rather consider this thing today. So I will vote. I'm gonna vote no on the motion to table.
okay, motion is defeated. 9 yes, 10 no.
But I do see that a few people probably at least liked adding the heat pump gas thing. So there could be an amendatory motion to incorporate that, even if this is defeated. I guess there probably could be something like that.
Do we have any convenient code change proposal coming up that could be appended to?
We still have not taken action on Henry's proposal. Well, never mind. Yes, we did. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we will vote on this proposal. The current proposal is to, unless somebody wants to make an amendment that we are only voting down everything except for the heat pump fossil fuel fired piece of R406.
Move to strike everything except the gas-fired heat pump water heater.
Okay, we have an amendatory motion on the floor. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this one? I guess, and I'll attempt to restate the amendment with amendatory motion, which is to reject the entire proposal, but maintain the R406 efficiency option that Gary had for the heat pump fossil fuel piece, along with the number of credits associated with that. So 5.7. So that's my understanding of the motion. Is that correct, Henry?
Yes, just to keep what we're looking at here.
Yep. All right, Gary.
Yeah, maybe a clarifying question. If this amended motion passes, I guess that's obvious that 5.7 could be included in maybe Henry's amended table. If we vote the amended motion down, does that mean that option 5.7 can never be reconsidered in any form, I guess, in this particular table? I don't know if, was that question clear? It's more of a, maybe a parliamentary type
Oh, this is-
question, I
this-
guess.
Gary, this is how we decided we're doing things, that we have that Henry's table to start with, and then everything we're doing from now going forward that modifies this, it takes precedence over the original one.
So, yeah, so I guess my understanding of the answer to your question, Gary, is that there's always possible a motion to reconsider something if it is voted for or voted down, but that only can be made by someone who voted for the motion that passed. And that's always possible. I think that would be the path forward if the entire thing was voted against, but right now the motion is to only keep this 5.7 piece going forward.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Let's proceed. Thank you.
Okay, Dave Balin.
Yeah, I'm not so certain that the point numbers that he has for his gas-fired heat pump is correct. I think it might be correct relative to a gas furnace, but I don't think it's correct. But I'm not sure of that. That said, anytime we revisit the option table, he's free to make this amendment. The only reason I'd vote against this is I don't have any idea what these credit numbers mean, and I would need to spend some time thinking about it. There is one other point, and that is this is not a heat pump that's for sale. And historically, I have made various proposals and had them voted down simply because they didn't actually exist just yet, and may never have existed. Actually, that's another matter. So I'm very hesitant to put into the code a technology that you can't actually buy. You can't actually do a cost effectiveness analysis on it because, in fact, it's not for sale.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin. And Kevin, I can't hear you.
Sorry, double muted. How that happens is fascinating. Thank you, Chair Anderson. A couple quick points. For the R2 occupancy, there are gas heat pump water heaters available that could supply that occupancy if it serves more than one dwelling unit. I think that has been submitted in questions of past proposals. I'm not sure if that's been posted yet. And what was the other point? Oh, and to Gary's question, and Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe what you're asking is, can a measure like this be reconsidered later? And when I say like this, I'm actually referring to a proposal that I have that isn't on the table this meeting, but is coming up, that's very similar to this, but also expands on the systems referred to.
Okay, so it sounds like there might be an opportunity to. Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
I guess I'm expanding on Gary's question is since there's a proposal pending.
That's what I thought was going to happen too. So I think we can bring this back up again whenever Kevin's proposal comes up.
Okay, well, let's do a roll call vote on this, and the motion, just for everybody, is to reject the proposal, except for 5.7, we would incorporate that into the proposal from Henry earlier, we passed earlier, and then Henry would need to do some work to update the columns because there's 3 columns in his table and only 2 columns in here. So
I think
that's the
we're
motion.
only voting on re-adding 5.7 or taking 5.7 away from the original proposal or the original motion. So we're just right now voting on 5.7 going, being not part of the motion to reject.
Yeah, yes. And I think it's also to move 5.7 into the package that we're preparing for the council to consider. So Jonathan.
So just to clarify, I'm hearing that the industry can supply this technology to multifamily projects, but not residential projects. Is that accurate? And if it is so, then I would recommend that we change this chart here to reflect that.
Jonathan, I think we should probably let them revise this for the later conversation that comes from Kevin's proposal.
Perfect. Sorry, I was just trying to be helpful. Thank you.
Because amending is going to not get us anywhere.
Okay, I think we're about ready to vote. Carolyn.
Just real quick, I just want to remind everybody before this vote that we continue to have supply chain issues, and just remind everybody that while things may not be on the market yet, they could come on the market, and anything we can do to make sure we have something that allows the most options in terms of equipment out there as possible within the code is best. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Let's do a roll call vote.
Sorry, Jill. I was going to respond to that earlier question about availability. That's
sure,
okay.
Please. Yeah.
So yeah, there is not a unit available on the market for residential single family homes at the moment. However, there is a unit that's being piloted. That is, it's certified but not commercially available. Piloted in British Columbia. There's 10 going into homes as we speak. So it's not a fantasy. It's not popping out of Narnia. It's in development, and that company expects to have these available in 2023. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, let's do a roll call on this.
Damon.
Damon, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry,
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan,
This is a tough one. I'm gonna have to roll no.
Really?
Gary Hickman,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No. No.
Arena,
Thanks, Kevin, for typing out what we're voting on. It's like I feel like it's like a triple negative or something. No.
Amy Willis,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
motion fails 16-2.
Okay, so that amendment was not popular. So we're back to the main motion, which is to reject the entire proposal. Why don't we take unless anyone wants to amend the proposal, let's take a roll call vote on that. So the motion, we're back to the main motion, which is to reject the entire proposal. Go ahead, Krista.
Hang on. Okay. Damon Doyle,
Aye. Aye.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
What?
What? I'm sorry, we're rejecting. Yes.
No fair, Dwayne, you already voted.
Yeah.
Just to restate, the motion is to reject this one. So a yes vote rejects it, a no vote keeps it in motion.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Wheelis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Jeanette, I can't hear you.
That was a no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, motion carried 13-5.
Okay, motion carries 13-5. We are on to the next proposal. That is 034. This one is WSU Energy. This is, I don't know if that's Jonathan Jones or who is supporting this one.
I believe Greg Davenport may be speaking on the heat pump stuff today. Is that correct, Greg?
Greg, you have the floor.
034, I think, is the smart thermostat one, isn't it?
I apologize. Luby told me you had all HVAC
No,
stuff. Is
no,
this-
I don't want the
Nope.
smart thermostat one. You guys got to take that
Ooh.
one, Jonathan.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. All right. So the connected thermostat one, Michael had created a proposal to create another credit system that included using smart thermostats. There was a bunch of research studies from the folks that are out there that shows that there's savings in this, and he was just trying to get that into the code as an additional credit. And I think it does tie it to the lower efficiency systems only.
Yes.
Okay, so this is adding a credit. We're adding an option to the credit to include a smart thermostat. All right, so Carolyn, your hand is up, but I think it might be a legacy hand. So Larry.
So when we're talking a smart thermostat, we're talking about one that's communicatable with your phone. Is that correct?
No, they're looking for the ones that have AI built into them that can do auto adjustments on the HVAC system in the background, thus earning savings through behavioral modifications. in the software. Is that it does the thermostat does some thinking and it adjusts the HVAC for optimal efficiencies. And the utility has the ability to come in and preload to ramp up. So this is like a grid tied measure as well, looking for demand responses and such, those kind of things. But as it relates specifically to our energy code, the idea is that these smart thermostats should be smarter than the average thermostat that comes with those systems. And it's able to do some ramping and some behavior modifications on occupancy. And some of those manufacturers also have really great smart thermostats too. So it's not independent ones that you have to go grab at like Home Depot or Lowe's or something like that. There's many of these thermostats that are out there. I believe there's an approved list on NIA's website.
So does this give the utility the ability to shut your heat off?
I do not believe it's in the ability for them to shut your heat off. They have to maintain 68 degrees in your home. It's a law. Otherwise, they're in breach of conditioned space. So they're not going to turn the temperature down on you, sir, at 45 degrees in the evening. They're not that devious, I don't think.
Okay. But I don't understand. I mean, right now we have them programmable, and then we have them the ability for you to use your phone. And so you're trying to make the set points. So what's the difference between this thermostat and one that can do all that? Or is that the same thing?
Well, sir, to give you an example, I live in a 1978 house and drinking the Kool-Aid, I ran down and got myself a Nest thermostat. Not to promote products, I'm just telling you my own experiences because you're asking. And it's been a great product. What I have found is definitely make sure you don't put it in an old home in a hallway where the only thing the sensor sees is a wall. This is a terrible idea, and my dogs will contest to this when I went on vacation. But otherwise, the system was great. I've actually seen reduced cost in my older system, and I hate to say it, I'm waiting for it to die before I buy a new one, but I got an older system. It's an 8.2 and a 13 SEER. So, the mechanic's car. And so actually I've seen some significant savings in my HVAC loads, and I have sensors in my home that monitor my electrical panel boxes. Just to see, because if I'm going to tell somebody I'm going to support something, you should see my house. It looks like Dr. Seuss land. I apologize to my wife in advance publicly here for this as well, but they do work, and they have some ability for utilities to have some grid control functions as well.
So Jonathan, I guess connected thermostat is a defined term in the residential code. And so what you're saying is one needs a connected thermostat that meets the other criteria that you have above?
Oh, maybe I might be misspoke. It may be that, these ones are supposed to be this. These ones are the smart connected thermostats. It's for the ability for the utilities to pre-ramp services and stuff and help grid control are the ones that they're looking for. Those ones are also the ones that have the AI built into it to adjust for behavior modifications in the house. So
the definition of a connected thermostat in the residential code is an internet-enabled device that automatically adjusts heating and cooling temperature settings. That was the 2018 code. I didn't look up the 2021 code if the definition changed. But did you put a definition above this?
I am not certain.
Okay, so you're saying it needs to be an Energy Star certified smart thermostat. That's the kind of criteria you're using?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe that's also what NIA was using too on theirs for most of the programs.
And is that in the code language somewhere, or is that?
It is.
I think we would need to change the definition, or you have it in the description, but you don't have it in the code language. So we would need to change the code language, I think, to include the Energy Star certified smart thermostat or some reference.
The reference for those for being certified, yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Appreciate the help.
Yeah, that's why this is an amazing tag. We have so many cool people that know stuff.
Very, very knowledgeable group.
Yeah, I have Jason Carter next.
Hey, Jonathan, thank you for this. I would like a clarification about systems that are proprietary. So systems that have a native language, say like, I know from being a mechanical contractor, I deal with this with Train, Mitsubishi, Daikin has this as well, where they actually have their own data communication, and they actually are more efficient using their own native language to do like variable speed compressor control and multiple speed or variable speed blower fan control as well. Would we have some sort of exception for proprietary systems that do native control of the equipment?
That's why the standard specification was mentioned. And also that's why it's kept to the lower range of efficiency equipments as well. Typically higher efficiency equipment has that pre-built in behavior modifications and multiple control stages. In other words, putting a market over-the-counter thermostat on them seems to make the systems not function as well, because sometimes the proprietary algorithms are also in the thermostats. And yes, and that's all written out in the Energy Star specification.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that.
Thanks, Damon.
I strongly support this idea and would actually make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this as modified.
Second.
And we have a second for that. The further discussion. I have Greg. And if you support the motion, you can simply state that and the reason why, and then we can vote on it. But go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Generally speaking, I like smart thermostats. I've listened to some of the utilities back east that are running demand response programs with smart thermostats. They do overall get some savings, but Jason's point is a really good one. With the high efficiency heat pumps, may not get the same kind of results. So that's one caution here. I do think Mike Lubliner did a good job restricting it to the lower efficiency equipment. That was a good move. My thoughts on this are a half a credit for a $100 or $200 smart thermostat is really generous compared to the other measures we have out there. I think the credit is too rich considering what it costs. The second concern I have with this one is if we had good demand response programs running in the state with a number of utilities, I could get excited about this. I'm not aware of any utilities right now that really have good demand response programs running. So I'm not sure if we're going to get much bang for our buck on this one. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. If you put this thing into a house and then the utility in your neighborhood wants to use a demand response program, does it just automatically work? Or how would the utility get into this? And also, you mentioned as one of the benefits fault detection. How does a smart thermostat display fault detection? So it's my two questions.
What was default? When was that? When did I use the term default? Or was that for
It's on the bottom of the screen you see right now. It's an additional benefit.
HVAC.
So I didn't. I was trying to remember back to the conversation. Like, wait, did I say that somewhere? So I'm looking. I was looking. I was trying to remember what I said. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So it's down here, and I am looking for it in the document itself.
I guess.
There we go.
To Dwayne's question, how does the utility decide to interact with it, and how does the consumer decide that the utility can interact with it, or is it inherent?
You know, that's a good question, and that's one that I think Mike has some better information on, just from his relationships with that particular industry, just working in that, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? He knows the people. They talk about the things that are happening. I do know that there's a lot of new HVAC systems out there that are HVAC commissioning tools out there that are using internet collection data tool systems to collect information. And it does include from thermostats that are designed to connect to the internet. One of my local installers showed me the tool and I was super geeky, but of course I like new tools and I'm super geeky. So, and so I'm imagining at some point in time that if the HVAC maybe isn't operating the optimal efficiencies, like say maybe the fan motor is out or something like that, it may throw a detection piece up because it's using more energy and it's not heating the house or something silly. I'm thinking that's how, silly is the wrong term, or something along those lines. That would be alignment with simple data collection through internet processes, if I was to guess at the idea behind that terminology.
Yeah, so to me, I'm seeing like some equipment that you buy and put into a house because you can get some credit for it, and then it doesn't actually connect to anything or do anything necessarily, because the requirement doesn't say it has to connect to anything or do anything. It just has to be this smart piece of equipment. So I'm kind of tending towards wanting to vote against this, because I don't see any direct connection to real energy savings anywhere.
Thanks, Dwayne. Wade.
Yeah, there's a lot of systems out there. By limiting these to the Energy Star, the digitally communicating thermostats, the Bryant Evolution, the Carrier Infinity, the Daikin One. So by disallowing the proprietary high-end thermostats from the credit and only allowing it on low efficiency heat pumps seems a little bit like we're encouraging people to go lower efficiency to pick up that extra half a credit for the thermostat. Doesn't seem quite right to me.
Wait,
and then,
question on that. So you're saying that there's a lot of thermostats that would probably save lots of energy and maybe even save more energy than an Energy Star one that wouldn't have the Energy Star label? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm not sure about the energy savings as far as the adaptive motion sensor thermostats, but there's a lot of high-end equipment that won't work with those thermostats. It's proprietary, it's digitally communicating. And so when you eliminate those, and most of those aren't on the Energy Star list. So, you take the Nest thermostat and it doesn't even use an outdoor sensor. It uses a weather station somewhere that you connect to via Wi-Fi, and it could be a significantly different climate zone too. So anyhow, I think limiting it to the Energy Star list and not allowing proprietary communicating thermostats is too restrictive.
We only referenced the standard for Energy Star certification, not certification itself, which allowed for your proprietary programmable thermostats to also qualify for this credit.
So you're referencing the Energy Star standard instead of Energy Star. I thought it said that there was a list that you could reference.
There is an available list that makes it nice and easy for you. That's on the NIA's website, but NIA's website is a informational tool. It is not a standard or a code database of any kind. I only mentioned it as a resource, not as a standard.
So the proprietary thermostats then will work and get you the half a credit.
As long as they meet the Energy Star standard in which the other products were used to certify with, yes.
Okay, I'll go visit that, see where we're at.
Thanks, Wade and Jonathan. Gavin, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to echo Dwayne and Greg here. I think that this is a proposal that maybe is a little before its time, and until these utilities are participating readily in demand response. And I don't know, maybe we are greasing the runway a little here with something like this, but until that time, I feel like this is not ready for the code.
Thanks, Gavin. Larry?
What I'd like to see is expanded a little bit here, because the Lennox has the iComfort, and then we have the Train one, and then the Carrier one, and then each of those top leading thermostats that are communicating with the equipment, all of those have fairly good energy savings, and they're high dollar thermostats. I mean, we're talking $500-600 cost to the contractor before sale, and they are saving energy. And so I'd like to see this expanded to those that have the algorithms that do save energy through the equipment. And it's not a cheap fix, but so what if it is? I mean, if you can buy it for $200 and save all this energy, why not? And I think that's important. We're here about trying to save BTUs, and these will do that, but I would like them expanded to the, so like the iComfort and the one that Train has, and I know Reamroot has their variety of that, that has that
So Larry,
algorithm.
do you have code language or anything that you could suggest here that would do that?
Can I take just 5 minutes and come back to you to see how to state that? Because each of them has their own name, but I would say it would be a thermostat that has the algorithms to run the machine more efficiently. Coming
Yeah,
in.
We could table this for a half an hour or something like that, if that would help you come up with language, because I hear multiple people suggesting that, in fact, they would support it if it was more expansive in terms of allowing higher end or proprietary thermostats. So
before we tabled, there was something that just came across the chat from Luby. It might be a proposed amendment that would handle this.
EPA connected thermostat approved list.
There are several comments in the chats. So for those of you who haven't been following along, I would definitely recommend to make sure you have your chat box open as well for other people's comments that haven't been vocalized, they've been written.
Yeah, I think Mike's right. With that, there is the EPA thermostat, the EPA Energy Smart has a bunch of things in it. It isn't just the ones that are sort of noted here on the side. I'd encourage Larry to check and see if any of the thermostats that he's interested in are there. Maybe they are. Oh, here we go. There it is. Huh, there it is.
Is somebody proposing a language change that would accommodate this?
I think that would be the next thing that we'd want to do is look back at the language and see if we wanted to switch to EPA connected thermostats rather than the Energy Star language that we talked about earlier.
Well, this is the Energy Star list.
Oh, this is okay. I guess Mike Boblener's comment in the chat was to use the EPA list, but I don't know. We seem like we're really close, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this unless we think we can get to the answer today. A lot of people have their hands up that have already spoken recently, so please lower your hand if you have recently spoken and don't have an additional comment on this. I'm going to go with Amy next.
Thanks, Chell. Just to speak briefly to utility demand response programs, our Clean Energy The Clean Energy Transformation Act requires our electric utilities to come up with demand response targets, and the easier it is for them to do that, the easier I think the better it will be. So like options like this that just make it more likely that customers will have this already in their home, I think is a good thing, and it prevents electric utilities from going off and building other capacity resources like gas peaker plants. So overall support the idea this proposal is going forward with. Thanks.
Thanks, Amy. We still have a bunch of hands up of people who have spoken already, so I want you to make sure before I call on you that you lower your hand if you don't mean to have it up. Gavin.
Sorry about that, Joe.
Okay. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I think I agree with Amy. The main problem I have with this is half a point's quite a bit. And if there's a demand response, it's not quite a bit. But if there's no demand response program, then it's really up to the setups. That said, limiting it to the base to our lowest level increment seems like the fail safe here. Certainly the high end variable speed equipment will have thermostats that and control systems that may or may not actually interact with the connected thermostat. So it's sort of a fail safe to do it that way. I haven't decided whether I'm going to vote for this or not, just because of the size of the credit, but leaving that out for the moment, it's probably a good idea to have it. I'd actually almost prefer that it just be melded into 3.1 and 3.2 and leave it at that. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. That's not the proposal at hand.
Yeah, Larry, you've already spoken twice. Do you have more to say?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a vote on this thing. I'm going to suggest that we just do a roll call vote, just in case.
Okay, Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
I'm going to abstain.
Jonathan Jones,
Aye.
Gary Hickinen,
Aye.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Greg,
No.
Henry,
Yes.
Gavin,
No.
Patrick,
Yes.
Luke,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Jeanette.
Yes.
Okay, it passes 13-4.
Okay, all right, thanks, everybody. We are going to take a 10-minute break because, well, I'm going to get to Gary, but then we're going to take a 10-minute break so that everybody can have a small amount of lunch. Gary.
It's exactly what I was going to ask. Thanks.
Okay. All right, 10-minute break. We will convene at 12:19. So see you then. All right, welcome back. We have an ambitious agenda, and I thought maybe we'd get through more of it than we have, but gotten through some of it. The next one is 023, another WSU one. So who wants to propose this one?
I believe these were the ones, the heat pump ones that were Greg Davenport's. Is Greg back with us? Sorry, I was trying to finish the sandwich there.
Nope.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty getting to my unmute button, but I'm here.
Okay. All right, Greg, you have the floor.
Thanks, everybody. I see a lot of new construction homes out there, and one of the 3.2 and 3.5 are great for getting people to move to energy efficient heat pumps. One of the issues I see is people are using standard heat pumps to get the magical 11 HSPF or 9.5 HSPF when they probably should be using cold climate heat pumps that don't require big supplemental systems. So that's why I worked with Mike Lubliner to put this together. Just a few thoughts on this proposal here. After your envelope, and quite a few people have rightly said envelope is the #1 opportunity for energy efficiency, but #2 in every house is heating and cooling system. So it's important to get your heating and cooling right. Somebody also said earlier today that below approximately 38 degrees, depends on which system you're talking about, standard heat pumps start to lose capacity when it gets cold. And most of them are going to need supplemental heat for when it's winter and cold out. I know some people on this call are really familiar with heat pumps. Some people are less familiar with heat pumps. But in broad terms, in the world of heat pumps, there are 2 types or 2 flavors. Standard heat pumps that are designed for warmer climates and cold climate heat pumps that are designed for northern states like Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and across that whole northern tier. Basically, if your temperatures are below 30 or 35, you're probably going to be better off with a cold climate heat pump and not need a supplemental heat system or need less supplemental heat. And heat pumps, even standard heat pumps, are getting better in cold areas, but in some areas it's pretty clear that you need a cold climate heat pump. And I think Western Washington is tricky because we're really right in that gray in between zone, whether or not a standard heat pump or a cold climate heat pump's a better choice. And it depends on which equipment specifically you're looking at. Eastern Washington, with their design temps over there being anywhere from about -5 degrees up around Winthrop to about 9 degrees in Spokane, you really should be using cold climate heat pumps. And I've seen folks on the other side of the mountains and on this side of the mountains in some colder areas, you know, try and get away with using the slightly cheaper standard heat pumps when they would be much better off with a cold climate heat pump that doesn't need a large supplemental system. So the purpose of this proposal is to encourage people to use cold climate air source heat pumps where appropriate, and it will reduce the supplemental energy use needed. A lot of these heat pumps where they should be using cold climate and they're not have 10 and 15 kilowatt strip heat kits on there that have to come on a lot in the winter. The trick with all this is with our code, cold climate heat pumps have slightly lower HSPFs because of the base pan heaters and the defrost cycles. So the purpose of this proposal is to take that into account and encourage people to give them a little flexibility so it's easier to use cold climate heat pumps when it's a better choice. This proposal will encourage proper application of standard and cold climate heat pumps, which will lower energy use for the supplemental heat systems. And that's everything I wanted to say on this. I'm going to guess there's lots of questions and discussion on this. I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, let's start off with a motion. How about a motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second, this is Gavin.
We have a second. Okay, so the motion is to approve it as written. We have a second for that. Further discussion. And I'm just going to kind of restate this as basically normally in the table you need a heat pump that meets 19.5, but if you use a cold climate heat pump, you would be able to just use a 9 instead. And just to clarify, Greg, is Eastern Washington is almost exclusively below 23 for design temp. Are there parts of Western Washington that are below 23 for design temp?
Yes, Redmond, for example, is 17 degrees design temp according to Washington State. So there are some areas in Western Washington where it's a better choice. And when you look at standard heat pumps and how their output declines in areas that are below 25, it's pretty clear cold climate heat pumps a much better choice.
Okay, and I guess the other question is, you know, we don't want to go backwards on the code. So if we require 9.5, but it has a backup electric resistance versus going to 9.0, that works at a lower temperature. Is that considered an energy savings?
The energy savings comes from not needing a lot of supplemental heat. If you put a standard heat pump in an area that's cold and you're burning a 10 or 15 kilowatt strip heat kit all winter long, that's an energy hog.
Yeah. So you're saying that at a normal HSPF of 9.5 versus a cold climate of 9.0, the 9.0 is actually going to be more energy efficient on an annual basis.
When you factor in the strip heat, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Patrick.
Yeah, this is a good proposal. I actually have one of these in my Snohomish house, and my gas furnace may fire off 20 days out of a year. Also, I have some new construction single family going on, and they're not putting in a backup furnace. The projects are in Edmonds, and they're using heat pumps, both air source and split systems, and they told me they're not putting in a backup furnace, which is interesting.
Thanks, Patrick. Dwayne.
Oh, it looks like Patrick and I might be agreeing on something again. But the question I have for the proponents is, does this then help deal with the concerns people have had about grid capacity on very cold days?
Absolutely. This is going to lower the kilowatts needed from the grid because you're not firing up those big strip heat systems.
Thanks. Thank you.
Or no, but did you have more?
No, that's good.
Okay, Gary, you're next.
Yeah, maybe a couple of questions and comments. One of them did have to do with whether or not this would be considered backsliding. So the question specific to that, I guess, is, has there been an actual analysis done? I have no reason to believe that. I guess it isn't true that a cold climate heat pump would be better, but is that supported by an analysis? I guess that's the first question. And then I've got a couple of other comments. So could the proponent respond to that just quickly?
If you look down further in the proposal, and maybe Krista can scroll down, you can see I ran some estimates for when that strip heat system is burning. And how much that would cost in terms of electricity. So yeah, I did some estimates on that are in the ballpark. Every system's slightly different, but strip heat kits are, electric resistance heat. They are energy hogs. So if you have a system that tanks in the winter, it's pretty obvious that going to a cold climate heat pump is going to save a lot of energy.
Okay, yeah, that's great. No need to get any deeper into that. There's analysis there. Second one was this would more than just encourage, it would mandate cold climate heat pumps, I think, according to the language, correct?
Only if you're below 23 degrees and only if you want to take this credit. You don't have to take this credit.
Oh, correct. This is a credits table. Thirdly, and I hate to monkey up the works, but they are moving to HSPF2 and SEER2 ratings, and I think that goes into place in 2023. I didn't know if that's something we need to consider for this particular proposal, or we just make the conversion then.
Yeah, I talked to Mike Lubliner about this because this is going to affect every heat pump, and the short answer is we just rescale it when that rolls out. That's an easy conversion for all of our heat pump HSPFs.
Yep, makes sense to me. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I guess I'm not completely clear if what you're proposing is that we go down to the 9.0 HSPF. I think for the most part, these cold climate heat pumps, at least the good ones, are above 9.5. The more important question is variable speed control. All the data I have on these, which is quite encouraging. We have tests that were done in Great Falls in the earlier versions of this that ran COPs of about 1.6 when it was -20 outside. Now 1.6 isn't anything to write home about, but it's only minus 20 a little bit, and it's a fairly good size difference between that and going with a resistance heat.
60% better than your resistance heat.
Me?
60% better than your resistance heat.
That's right. But it's only a few hours that it's minus 20, even in Great Falls. It doesn't actually stay there for very long. I'm pretty supportive of this. I think it's a really good proposal. I'm not very pleased with it being as low as 9.0 HSPF. Usually what HSPF means is it cuts off, the testing cuts off at 17 degrees, which means that in the main part of the heating season, it's behaving less well than the HSPF 9.5, which includes resistance heat down to 17. It's true, it's not very much at that point, but it's also true that that this proposal in effect would reduce the efficiency of that product, and that would matter a great deal in Zone 4C, because we have almost nothing below 17 in Zone 4C, and in effect, this is rolling back the efficiency requirement in that zone.
So Dave, are you suggesting perhaps that we say, if you use a cold climate heat pump in zone?
Actually, I was going to make an amendment.
Okay.
The amendment was going to be to strike 9.0 HSPF and make it 9.5 HSPF.
Okay, so you're proposing an amendment, you're making a motion to amend this?
Oh.
Yes.
Can you restate that then, please?
I move we strike 9.0 and make it 9.5.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing something else, but.
So in other words, you're just saying if you're below 23 degrees, you have to use a cold climate heat pump that meets the same HSPF.
Yes.
I like it. I think it's a great move for energy efficiency. I just see so many people trying to cut corners, save a few bucks and value engineer stuff. I wanted to encourage good behavior with cold climate heat pumps and discourage bad behavior with standard heat pumps that are misapplied.
So I'm assuming that we're going to have a couple of other proposals here, which actually deal with the more efficient questions. What I believe will happen here is that we actually have, when we use this requirement and cold climate and variable speed compressors and air handlers, that we will get the performance that we expect to get from 10s or 11s out of a 9.5. That said, that's not this proposal, but I want to keep it on the table in any case.
Okay, Dave, so you made a motion to amend this to include that in. Often we do that kind of informally and everybody kind of just talks about it, but you made a motion. So we need a second for that motion if we're going to move forward with it.
I'll give that second just so we can talk about it, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a second. Now let's talk about this motion, which is to amend it to include a.
Chal is the proponent. Can I make a quick comment on this?
Please.
I'm all for this. I think it's a great move for energy efficiency and sustainability and better HVAC design. The only thing I don't want to have happen is if we move to 9.5, that sink the whole amendment.
Understood.
We'll find that out pretty quick.
Okay. So we have the amendment. Lisa, you're next on the list.
Hi, thank you. I'll comment on the amendment, and also I had another comment on the whole proposal. So I'm very much in support of this proposal. I think it's a great idea. If the requirement is shifted to 9.5, I'm not sure that entire sentence is even needed. I think that whole sentence could be struck if that's the direction that the tag decides to go. And then the also just general comment I'd like to make is that if the second paragraph is adopted, it's not great code language. We don't use the word you. We don't. There's just a lot going on there. So I would recommend that the tag consider. I don't know if you wanted to try to wordsmith it in the middle of the tag meeting or send it back to the proponent and have them, kind of improve the language. So
As long as we keep the concept, I don't care how we word it. You guys can word it any way you want to.
got it.
Somebody
Yeah.
wants to, if somebody wants to think of something while we hear the other people talk about this, then that would be great.
I'll take a pass at it and see what I can crank out in a few minutes.
Sounds good.
One other comment on this. The next one on the docket here is for the 11H SPF one, and it parallels this. So what we do here, we may end up doing there.
Okay, and I'd like to everybody keep their comments just to the amendment, which is changing 9 to 9.5 and or, well, essentially striking the first part of this that's in gray. So Sean, you were next, but there you are. Sean. I don't hear you yet, Sean.
You're muted, Sean.
Okay, Jason Carter.
Yes, something I'd like to comment on. I'm not against the 9 to 9.5 per se in general. But one thing to consider is I work with a lot of ductless heat pump systems, and that's where we have a lot of difficulty. I do think this is a great proposal to help builders get away from electric resistance in bedrooms and things like that, and going to more multi-head ductless type systems instead of just a primary ductless location in townhomes. And that's the only thing that I see about the advantage of allowing a 9.0 is basically what's called like multi-head or multi-zone applications. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Carolyn Logue.
Just for purposes of our supply chain issues again, leaving it at 9.0, if that will work, actually opens up the number of systems that are available, making it easier to find something that will actually work.
Thanks, Carolyn. Larry.
Yeah, I would reiterate keeping it at the 9.0, especially for the multiple heads. I mean, that would increase multiple heads, and you're always going to lose some efficiency with that heater in the bottom of the outdoor unit. And that's probably where you're dropping that 0.5. But the importance of having a good defrost in our cold area, I mean, it saves you buying many motors for these fan units when the fan blade gets stuck. So you're going to save the customers quite a bit of money by making sure they've got that heater in that pan. And I think that 9.0 would also help with supply issues too, because I don't think you got to have an inverter at the 9.0, but once you break, I think the 9.2 or 9.3 is when we're going into inverter stuff. So it would help us on our supply issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'd like to know if anybody knows what the cost difference is between the 9.0 and the 9.5. And I'd like to get some assurance from somebody that we're not wandering into federal preemption territory.
I did some estimates of that further down in the proposal. So Krista, if you can scroll down, you can see that. Going from 9.0 to 9.5. Well, I estimated it for the proposal as written. So I guess I don't have those numbers if you're going from 9.5 standard to 9.5 cold climate heat pump.
So we don't know for sure.
I didn't run that estimate. I ran the estimate for the proposal as I originally wrote it.
So, and this is an options table, Dwayne. So
okay, so we don't have to worry about that. Because if it's something that's standard and it's not, some enormous additional cost, this does make sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Dwayne. Mark Sniffen, you are next.
Yeah, simple question. Is there some kind of identification on the unit that says cold climate, or are we just supposed to be able to recognize it somehow when you do your inspection?
That was my bad for not mentioning that. The NEEP cold climate heat pump list is a very well-known list that has products from almost every major manufacturer on it. That it's like the Energy Star list for qualified products. It is the gold standard for finding cold climate heat pumps.
And Amy just put it in the chat, I think.
And NEEP is the NE is New England, I think, and they're or Northeast, and
yeah,
and they are, you know, they're really cold out there, and this has become a huge part of their market now.
But my question was, if I, as an inspector, if I go out to look at your heat pump, does it have some kind of identification, or am I supposed to carry a list with me, or I'm just curious.
If it was me, I'd snap a picture of the label and then I'd look it up on the NEEP list. It's organized by manufacturer.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Jonathan, and remember, we're talking about the change from 9 to 9.5, not the whole proposal right now, because that's the amendment that's the motion that's on the floor.
Yes, I was trying to point out that there's been some great conversation in the chats. As Dan Wildenhouse has mentioned, this is for ducted systems, not centrally ducted systems, not non-ducted systems. So the concerns with the mini splits don't apply to this credit selection. Just wanted to point that out. These were some good terms that were pointed out in the chats, and that's it. I just want to make sure that they're was heard. That's all.
Thanks. Sean, are you around? Okay, we'll go with Wade.
Yeah, on the centrally ducted question, how does this then address combination ducted wall head combinations?
It's not part of this. This is strictly central heat pumps.
Just strictly central heat pump. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, let's vote on this one. The motion is to amend this proposal to go from 9 to 9.5, or in other words, basically to require a cold climate heat pump if the design temperature is below 23 degrees. And I'm going to let staff revise the language slightly to not change the meaning, but to eliminate the word "you."
Right. Could I propose how we, were you about to propose a change?
Sure, go ahead.
Strike the words "you must use," and then after, on that same line, after the word "list," put "must be used." Qualified products list.
Over on the right.
Nope.
There
There you go. Must be used. Lisa, does this do it?
Okay, so this is just kind of clerical editorial language. So the motion is to
make it shall.
Make the is to basically change from 9 to 9.5, or rather strike the first sentence and then add some other language in the second paragraph to make it good code language. So that's the motion on the floor. Let's take a roll call vote on this one. And this is not to move this whole thing forward. This is just to amend the original motion to include what you see on the screen. So Krista, do your magic.
Damon Doyle.
Nay.
Mike Fowler.
Yes.
Mark Stiffen.
No.
Wade Craig.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Dave Balaam.
Yes.
Jonathan Jones.
Yes.
Gary Hickinen.
Abstain.
Andrea Smith. Was that abstain?
Yes.
Thank you. Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
motion carries 10-6 with 2 abstentions.
Okay. Motion carries 10-6 with 2 abstentions, and we are now back to the main motion, which is to approve this proposal with the modifications on the screen. So I see 3 hands up. I don't know if those 3 people, Sean? Wade? Lisa? Dave Balon?
I move to approve the motion as presented on the screen.
It's already, we already have a motion and a second for that. This is further discussion on that motion. My understanding.
I'll call the question in that case.
Oh, let's just vote on it. It call the question means we have to vote.
Okay, let's
2/3
vote
majority
on
to
it.
vote on it and end debate, and I don't know
Okay.
that we need to do that.
All right.
So, I guess you did call the question. Do you want to rescind that, or do you want to?
I'll rescind the question if you don't have, as long as we don't have to vote, let's just vote.
Okay, Damon.
As an armchair parliamentarian, if the question's called and nobody objects, you don't have to vote on it.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, so question was called. Okay, so all in favor, I'll risk a voice vote. All in favor of voting on this now, say aye.
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 Any opposed to voting on this now, say nay. Okay, question was called. That ends debate. We are gonna now roll call vote on this one. And the motion is to approve as modified this proposal.
Damon,
Nay.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
sorry, I'm offline here. Okay, Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Andrea Smith,
Can you repeat the motion again? Sorry.
Yeah, the motion is to approve this proposal as modified.
Oh, no, on the basis of supply chain issues. Thank you.
Irina,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Henry,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Luke,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Jeanette?
I'm going to go no, based on supply chain.
Okay, motion carries 14-3 with one abstention.
Motion carries 14-3 with one abstention. We are on to our next proposal, which is somewhat similar. So Greg, you have the floor.
All right, I got 3 screens going. Takes me a minute to get to the right screen and unmute. The next proposal is almost identical to this. It's the 11 HSPF credit, and it's the same concept. And I said, I think lower it to 10, but if somebody wants to make a friendly motion to change it back to 11, I'm not opposed to that. And we'll have to change the language down below to clean that up so it's more consistent with code language, and I'm fine with that.
Motion to keep the minimum at 11.
Motion. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the proposal.
Approve the proposal and strike the second sentence.
That sentence and then make the cleanups. Okay, we have a motion on the table, a motion on the floor to approve the proposal with the modifications that are being done, which are very similar to the modifications to the last proposal, keeping the original HSPF. Do we have a second?
Yeah, but I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. And I do want to reiterate what's in the chat, which is your vote is a yes or a no. It is, there's no more words you can use other than yes or no.
And I'm sorry, who was the second on that?
Gavin, I believe.
Yes, that's Gavin. That's correct.
Thank you.
So you have a motion, we have a second, we have 3 hands up. Those 3 hands up have been up for a while, so please take your hand down if you have nothing to say on this one. So Lisa.
Yes, thank you. I just finished, sorry, I wasn't fast enough at writing code language. I just finished some language for the tag to consider, and I will drop it in an email to Krista, and that language would be appropriate for this proposal as well.
Thanks. Dave Bailan.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against this amendment, not because the idea of an HSPF 11 is really based on a single speed operation or some kind of fairly arbitrary weighting system that's done under the AHRI 210-240. So I think that the key point to these cold climate heat pumps, especially in this size range or in this efficiency range, is the variable speed control. If you make a variable speed controller mandatory for the compressor and the air handler, 10 HSPF will certainly outperform a single speed 11, and it'll probably be noticeably less expensive at that. So I would rather see, I'll vote against this if it's still on the table, but what I'd rather see is leave the 10 and make a variable speed compressor and air handler a part of this proposal for the cold climate.
Okay.
Isn't that part of what a cold climate heat pump is?
Well, I'm not sure because it's not mentioned here. It is part, certainly if you go to something like a Mitsubishi, yes, absolutely. But I don't know what happens with other manufacturers. I would be surprised if it wasn't required to just get there, but I'm not sure about that. And I would like to make it explicit because that's the thing that drives this efficiency, drives energy savings on this part of the option table.
But this would apply to the last thing we just did as well, right?
True, but 9.5 is, yeah, it would, but what I'm worried about when you do it with this one 3.5 is that I'm worried that we get enough savings to get us back to where we thought we were with the 11. leaving aside the fact that we don't know for sure where we are.
Thanks, Dave. Amy?
Thanks. I'm like philosophically in favor of this amendment, but I have, we recently heard before the Code Council some issues with supply chain of the 11 HSPF systems, and I suspect those could persist. And I do want folks to take advantage of this option. So in the spirit of the practicality of the original proposal, I think I would prefer it stay at 10 for now.
Are you making a motion to do so, Amy?
I'm not.
Okay. Larry?
I don't believe you can get to an HPF 11 without a variable speed drive. I haven't seen a piece of equipment out there that can get to an 11 without a variable speed drive. We're talking the top of the tier here, and we're talking big bucks, and they ain't getting there with a single stage compressor. And I don't even think with a 2-stage compressor you can get there. At least I've never seen it happen with all the charts that I look at. So you're into a variable speed compressor with a drive on it. That's just reality. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Jonathan?
I was going to ask if there's any distribution HVAC people available in the tag that may speak to the availability of units versus 10 or the 11 HSPF for this requirement.
You can answer that. Go ahead and speak up.
Yeah, I can give a small amount of insight on that one. Clearly, there's going to be more 10 HSPF units available than 11 HSPF units. There are supply chain issues across the board. But my understanding is we're here to make good energy code, not to deal with supply chain issues. That's somewhat of a separate issue.
Can I chime in on this? At the full council, at the full council meeting last week, or was it this week? It's all muddy together now. We ran through the RE directory. The number of units out of the 800,000 certified matches, 0.65 were 11 HSPF or better. When you dropped it down to 9.5, the number jumped to 13.5%. So that's saying that 85% of the certified matches from the RE directory are between 8.4 and 9.4. This is why we're really struggling to get 9.5 and better.
Thanks, Damon. Dwayne, I think you're next.
I just want to push back on people's concern about supply chain. I'm sure that, because this is for permits applied for starting July of next year, which means you get your permit somewhere in the fall of next year and start putting in a foundation and stuff. And so it's somewhere in late 2024, 2025. So we're talking 2.5, 3 years out where we're going to start actually installing stuff. I'm sure we will have different crises happening then, but this particular bottleneck, is loosening up now, and I think making the assumption that it's still going to be as it is today, way out there is not warranted.
Dwayne, if I could respond to that, the RE database is blind to supply chain issues, even though the supply chain issues are a huge thing. This is just the number of systems that are even available. So we're down in the 13% range rather than the 86% range.
And I would just respond to that saying, yes, Washington State is the leader, and we're often going for the best efficiency equipment of what's out there. I'd be more concerned if you were saying it was 2.5% or something.
Okay, so that was Dwayne. Carolyn Lowe, you're next.
Yeah, I'm just going to emphasize the supply chain issue. And what we're hearing from suppliers is we're expecting this to continue, particularly, in fact, it could potentially get worse as California ramps up. with their need for heat pump they're going to require Southern California, I think is going to require all new construction to have heat pumps. And that's going to put more pressure. So we support this proposal, but at the 10, because it gives us the ability to have more equipment possibly available, which then makes it a more affordable, but also makes it easier to enforce as well. So we're hoping it stays at 10.
Thanks, Carolyn. We have Gavin up next.
Yeah, I want to echo Dwayne. This is an indication to, Fortune 500 companies to build more efficient heat pumps. We're talking about the top 5th of the Fortune 500 companies here. They're going to respond to market pressures. I don't think this supply chain issue is an issue. And I'll be voting yes.
Thanks, Kevin. Jeanette.
Thanks. I just want to reiterate what Carolyn said, and I know some disagree with the supply chain, but a lot of things I'm reading in commercial magazines and articles and so forth were at least 18 months out, probably longer. And so this is real, and this is something that should be taken into account when making rules. So I just want to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeanette. Mike Fowler.
Yeah, I was just going to give some, just scanning through the NEEP list with the over 37,000 heat pumps on there, and just seeing just a rough sense of how many have an 11 or higher. And just in quick numbers, came up with 5,880 on that list that are 11.0. So that's the reason why I feel like there are products available, and that's about 16% of the NEEP list.
Thanks, Mike. Larry.
You got to remember what the list is. These are the list that you're looking at, Mike, is the possible matches that make it. That doesn't mean that it's available. That means that there are these units have been tested to do that. Okay. But the reality is we aren't getting this stuff. And I called both manufacturers that I deal with. They have no clue that we even get anything by the end of the year. Okay. In this real high efficiency stuff. And they told me, don't price it because you're probably not going to get it. And that is the reality right now. For the problem is what's happened is in China, they've still closed it all down. They can't make the components that they put in the boards that make these things do the driving. And so we're in limbo here.
And supply chain issues are real,
but Dwayne says they're not, that they're easing, but we're not seeing easing out there as contractors, not anywhere stretch of the imagination. And it's just not this product either. I mean, I'm waiting for a new truck, and the guy told me he'd have it in fourth quarter. Now the guy told me the new truck maybe next year in fourth quarter. That's how bad it is right now. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a, and I think the main discussion here seems to be between 10 and 11, whether we strike the language or not. But we have a motion, and I think we've heard from everybody with their hand up has already spoken at least once. So I'd like to wrap up debate pretty soon, but I still see 4 hands up. So Jeanette, go ahead. I don't hear you, Jeanette. You are muted, but I don't hear you. Okay, you're on mute now. Okay, let's go with Carolyn.
Yeah, I just want to back up what Larry said. The NEEP list is great, but it doesn't really translate to availability for our state. And once again, for whoever brought up the Fortune 500 and the pressure on them, California is going to do that, but they will suck up the supply before they ramp up enough to get enough to us. So California, when it comes to heat pumps and air conditioning, all that, wins and trumps our our retailers and our installers when they're ordering. So just the supply chain issue is real. If you want to move people to these types of systems, keeping it at 10 will make it easier to do.
Oh, that makes sense. Lisa.
Hi, yeah, I think my only comment, and I know we're not debating supply chain really. However, we are making decisions about a code that will be in effect for 3 years after it is adopted. And so, yes, we have supply chain issues going on at this time, and it is important to keep that in mind, but also keep in mind that this code is a long life. And so the decisions we're making today should reflect that. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Andrea.
Yeah, on that point, I feel like 3 years is not a super long amount of time. So accepting something that's a lower efficiency to allow us to actually, get people in homes and have adequate energy efficiency for the next 3 years, I think is a responsible choice to make. I don't necessarily think that using codes to shape economic choices for our state is a great thing to do. Right now, only 15% of Washingtonians can afford to purchase a median price home under current market conditions. So that's extremely terrifying. And all we're doing is adding costs. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Let's do a roll call vote to approve this unless anybody has further discussion. So the motion, just to restate the motion, is that this proposal would be approved with the strikeout of the 10 HSPF and then a little bit of additional language to modify to make it clear code language. And then Lisa has added some language that is an alternate language, which means the same thing, but might be in fact better code language. And I guess I'm always fine leaving it up to staff to modify a word or two if it makes something clearer. I guess I don't see a functional difference between the two. I don't know, maybe we need to amend the motion to include the second one if we want to include that.
I think this is the chair's prerogative.
I'd probably lean towards a hybrid of the two if you left it up to staff.
Did you say staff can take care of it if we approve this?
It's up to you if you want to leave it to staff. I would probably use a hybrid. I like Lisa's suggestion of moving the language to chapter 6.
I mean,
I kind of like the more simplified second paragraph of the first option. But
my opinion is that these have the same intent, same code intent. So I guess in my opinion, staff can take care of this and make sure that it is the intent that the tag is intending. Use the same word twice in the same sentence. So I think with that, let's vote on the intent of this and let staff make it great code language. So let's do a roll call.
Eamon,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
No.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Abstain.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Rita Resputness,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Amy, I don't hear you.
No.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Abstain.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh.
No.
Motion failed 8-7 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, is there an alternate motion on this proposal? And I see Andrea's hand up.
Sorry, I forgot to lower it.
Okay, then I see Dave Balon's hand up.
Yes, so we're back to the 10 HSPF. That's what.
I think we
the
are.
sentence. The sentence that's now struck out has come back.
We're considering the original proposal now.
All right. So I would like to make an amendment that.
For a motion?
I'm sorry, yes. No, it's an amendment, actually.
Okay, sure.
We already have a motion, right?
Well,
No, we just voted on it.
the
No,
original.
that was the motion. That was an amendment to the motion.
No, the original motion on this particular proposal was to approve it with modifications. There's no motion to approve it
okay.
without modifications. So
I'm sorry, then I will make a motion, but in addition to the language here, the sentence after HSPF credit of not 10.0, the providing the cold climate, providing the heat pump is a variable speed, has variable speed controller and a variable speed air handler. Or EC, yeah.
and then also suggest that we clean up the U language as well.
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, Chris is doing that.
I like the idea that Chris is going to fix that. And she'll do a better job than I will.
Okay, so why don't we get the language after HSPF correct, which is, I think,
That's the
variable
point of
speed,
that,
or
yes.
correct per your motion. And then I'll look for a second once it's clear what the motion actually is.
Cal, as the proponent here, I might make a suggestion. California uses the language variable capacity heat pump. So there's a lot of acceptance for that. If that would satisfy David, that might be
That would
good language to
satisfy
use.
me. It is important that we have the air handler in here, and I'm not sure what I assume variable capacity would be both, but I don't know. Yes, if that's what we mean, then I definitely agree to that.
Okay, so I think the motion on the table is now clear. So is there a second for the motion?
Second.
HSPF goes with the 10, not with the, yeah. Great, yes.
Okay, Krista, we did get a second from Damon. So the motion is to move this forward with the modifications on the screen, that we clean up the language a little bit from a clerical space, and then also include variable speed
The expression is variable capacity heat pump. It's the way that California likes to describe this type of equipment, and it's got broad acceptance.
It sounds good to me.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, David, do you want to speak in any more ways in support?
I think that, I mean, I realize that there's a possibility that this is redundant relative to the actual HSPF requirement, but I think this is the way of the future for heat pumps, that we're going to see high efficiency, and we're going to see it with variable speed and better controllers, et cetera. At 10 HSPF, I think we get the product that we really want to have in these extra credit efficiencies. So I think it's important to have that in the option table directly, actually, because it does reflect the direction that the industry is going.
Okay, thanks, David. Damon. Damon, I don't hear you.
I'm so sorry. That was quite eloquent too. I was just noting that in the third paragraph, we're restating the HSPF that's already been defined in the second paragraph.
Yes. Right here. So, yeah, just cleaning up language. Thank you. Gary, you're next.
Yeah, this might be I'm going to reveal my relative lack of deep knowledge, at least on Robert's rules, but so this is maybe more of a point of order. Our last vote was not a vote on an amendment. It was a vote to approve the proposal as modified, correct?
I believe, yeah, yep, that was the motion.
And that failed. So I guess the question is, why are we revisiting if the motion to approve failed? That to me means we have just disapproved this proposal. So that's why.
Actually, I'm free to make a motion, Gary, and I did.
The only way to disapprove would be a motion to disapprove.
That's my understanding, but
okay, well, you guys probably know better than I do. So just ignore my relative lack of knowledge here. Thank you.
Okay, it is important to bring up these things. So thanks, Gary. Because we do have a lot of good Robert's Rules people on the call. Okay, so we were, Larry, you're up next.
What I'd like to see here is constant torque on the air handler too, because I think once you went to the variable speed with the variable speed air handler, I think you're going to get to the 11. I think to get to the 10, you're probably going to get the constant torque blower, which is nearly as efficient. And sometimes the constant torque blower is more efficient than the variable speed. It depends on the curve that you're running. So I'd like to see constant torque on that motor be put in there along with the variable speed, because if you're looking at the piece of equipment, sometimes it might be better to go with a constant torque blower. Both of them are extremely efficient.
I guess Dave is the maker of the motion. Does that sound good to you?
I hesitate to put that kind of language into this kind of a code. I thought variable capacity heat pump pretty much covers it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that would imply both the air handler and the compressor are varying their speed according to load.
Well-
Variable capacity is commonly understood jargon. I've actually never heard constant torque, so I'm not sure how that's going to help.
That's motor language, actually.
Right. You either have, I mean, both of these air handlers could do the job. That's what I'm telling you. Both of them are highly efficient. But when I gotta go to buy something that's on the shelf, I might be able to get a constant torque, or I might not be able to get the variable speed. And both of them are going to have this efficiency rating anyway. So that's why I hate to say just variable speed, because you have a variable speed blower and then you have a constant torque blower motor. Both are highly efficient, but I might be able to get one over the other and still maintain my credit. I mean, to get the 10 HSPF, that's what I'm saying.
But we're not using variable speed anymore. We're using variable capacity, which implies both the air handler and the compressor. So, and you're right, constant torque would be, under some conditions, part of that package. But in effect, we've already sort of made it so you get to choose.
As long as you can choose either or, it just opens up the amount of equipment that would be available at the time. That's what I'm saying. It would help.
That's the effect of this amendment, actually, Larry. But because variable capacity has a sufficiently general meaning that it would cover both the air handler and the compressor.
So Dave, you're saying we can use a constant torque blower motor in that air handler or a variable speed, just as long as we can use either or, because I think the important thing is if we can get to the 10 HSPF with
Right.
that unit.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you're next.
You hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, the mute gets weird here. That the sentence, the first underlined sentence we're seeing on the screen, it doesn't grammatically make sense.
The first sentence is a title, I believe.
Well, no, in areas where the winter design, etc.
Okay, I'm going to leave it to staff to make it clearer. As long as the intent's there, I
okay.
think.
Okay, fair enough.
And if you do have suggestions, you can email that to Krista. But I trust Krista to kind of like move a word around as long as the intent of the tag is clear.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, Amy.
Thanks. Maybe more a question for code officials, but this language, cold climate variable capacity heat pump listed as a qualified. Would you still take a picture of it and go to the NEEP website? Like, does variable capacity add anything in your step?
Maybe not, because I think it has to be on that list to have that kind of performance.
All right, I just don't want it to add any confusion to enforcement.
I do see something that might have also been a problem with the last one, and that's that at the end of that paragraph, it says is 10.0, but it should say is 10.0 or higher.
Okay, all right. I'm ready. I think we're ready to vote on this and leave it to staff to clean it up. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yeah, that's also going to ask and help clarify too. I believe in the process in the permit, even before you get your permission to go out forth and build your new homestead, most of this will be sorted through at that point in time to prove credit selections. So at that point in time, the jurisdiction should have a model number for the unit that's going to be used and should be able to match that up in the field.
All right, let's do a roll call vote on this one. The motion, just so everybody's clear on it, is to move this proposal forward as modified, which allows instead of an 11 to get this credit, you could use a 10 or higher in where you have to use a 10 or higher in if the design temperature is below 23. That yes.
Was there a second on this motion?
I thought it was Damon.
Yes.
It was.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a roll call on this one.
Let me switch screens. Hang on just a second.
Mhm.
Okay, Damon,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
okay, 18-0.
All right, awesome. Well, we could have done a voice vote on that. I didn't want to anticipate that that it would be unanimous, but good job with that one. We're also then going to go to another HSPF one, 025.
Chow, I'm going to take this one too for Mike.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, if you can put it up on screen, that'd be great, Krista. So here in Seattle, we're seeing a lot of builders that are doing the small townhomes, which is nice, sustainable housing, energy efficient. It's all great. The issue they're running into is because code requires them to use the 10 HSPF multi-zone systems, smaller systems that are right for these small townhomes have lower HSPFs. And I've seen at least 2 builders in the last 6 months that are getting into a somewhat perverse situation where they're being forced to use 2 or 3 1-to-1s that hit the magic 10 HSPF rather than using a single multi-zone system that comes in at a little lower HSPF. So in the spirit of trying to encourage, small sustainable townhomes and get more affordable housing out there, I think we might want to have an exception under this one to allow a slightly lower HSPF. And when you look at the AHRI database for all manufacturers that make these smaller capacity multi-zone systems, you can see all of the HSPFs go down a little.
Thanks, Greg. What size of home would you expect the 24,000 BTU if it's built, maybe slightly above code?
A lot of these townhomes have shared walls if they're inside units. So you're looking at units that are typically between 1,000 and 2,000 square feet. They just have really low loads here in Seattle, and they're, a lot of times to check the 10 HSPF box, they don't even have space to put the compressors.
Okay,
Greg, a question for Greg. This you say is written for Seattle. Should there be a separate one for Yakima?
No, because when you get into the larger capacity systems, the HSPFs go up. It's just kind of inherent in smaller systems.
Okay, thanks.
Damon.
I would move to accept the proposal as proposed.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I saw Andrea and maybe somebody else also give a second. We have a motion. We have a second. Damon, do you want to say anything more? Okay. Does anybody else want to speak on this one?
If I could just add that when you have an oversight system, short cycling takes away from performance. So this is a good proposal.
Thanks. Patrick?
Yeah, I size a lot of these things in townhomes and apartments because we're using them more and more. A lot of times, Shell, you know, you only need 10,000 BTUs for the main living area. And so we do need this if you can't buy the equipment.
Thanks, Patrick. David, Balon. Dave Balon, you're on mute.
I agree with Patrick. In say 1,500 square foot townhomes with common walls and whatnot, you'd be hard. It's probably going to be certainly less than 24,000 and probably even less than 12 or probably down to 12,000. So once you're doing a multi-zone system with say 2 heads or something for that size building, you don't easily get it to happen with a 1-ton unit, but this allows you to downsize it to something closer to what you would actually need for the heat loss.
Okay, I'm hearing lots of people in support, so I'm going to, if you're done, David, I'm going to just go voice vote on this thing. Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor, which is to approve this as written, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are on to the next one, which is also WSU 1, I think. It's on 406 option 3.2 and 3.5.
Which one is this?
Is 050. Carolyn Roos.
Oh, this one.
Who is speaking on this one?
I don't believe Carolyn is here, so I believe that defaults to me. I can give you the background behind this conversation that spurred us to propel this amendment, if that would help. We were chit-chatting in the office and talking to many distributors, and we were coming up with, because I'm a techie guy, and I kept running into issues using some new equipment pieces in our codes because just COPs really haven't been established as an equivalent to the HSPFs. And so, and I believe there's some testing standard stuff that they really like about the HSPFs, and I'm completely agree with that 100%. But I also felt very disheartened that this COP or their lack of eliminated new emerging technologies such as, and I'm not product specific, I got to give you an example so you can maybe Google something and understand what I'm saying. So let's just throw out Build Equinox CERV2. This is a very nice system, is an ERV and a heat pump built in together. When it first came to the market, it came out with a COP, had to go through the testing procedures. And I'm not certain if they're done with that, if they've already gone through it or not. But what it comes down to is there's a lot of new technologies, a lot of great technologies that we can't use because they just haven't been able to go get an HSPF reading from the AHRI, or they're in the process of testing, or however you want to go through those things. And they're even trying to figure out how to test some of these things and figure that out too, right? So we were just trying to open up a path to allow more product selection into the code.
Thanks, Jonathan. Are there questions on what this does?
We don't have the actual code language, just instructions on how to change the code language?
These were just in the option tables that we changed. It isn't specifically a change to the code language elsewhere. We were just putting in COP equivalents into the option tables. And the COPs were calculated by Carolyn Roos at our office. Super bright lady, for those of you who know her. I would wish to know half or maybe even quarter of the knowledge that lady has forgotten.
So I think what the code language is the quoted things at the bottom that would just add or a minimum COP of 2.8 or 3.2. I think that's That's the code language. Dave Bellon. Dave Bellon.
I'm actually opposed to this. COP, as it's generally used in package terminal units and smaller heat pumps, refers to a performance at 47 degrees outside temperature. That the reason we don't use that for any other purpose in our heat pumps is that the HSPF was designed to take into account what happens when it's at colder temperatures and uses defrost cycles and perhaps uses supplemental heat in the form of electric resistance. That's just not included here. And anyone that wants to sell heating equipment, especially to this state, needs to have the full range of tests. We need to know whether it can actually do anything at 17 degrees. Oftentimes it can't. So yes, it's true. The HSPF at 47 is actually the formula that Carolyn wrote down here, but the HSPF overall is not that, because the HSP overall is a weighted average of 3 tests that begin at 47, go down to 35, and then subsequently to 17. Without that, I don't think I can support this proposal at all.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Dwayne.
So, yeah, that was my concern as well. That the COP is a 1 point on the scale measurement, and there's a really good reason that nobody uses that now.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
Hi, thanks. I appreciate the spirit of this proposal. We encounter similar issues when new technologies are brought into the market and folks want to incorporate them into their buildings, and when they do not have a rating that our code requires. It's not that the equipment doesn't end up being accepted and installed in our state. It just typically falls on the mechanical contractor or mechanical designer to request a variance from the jurisdiction, and they'll do their best, make their best sell that the equipment actually meets the intent of the code. And so that's just one thing to keep in mind, that we do encounter that on the commercial side as well. So I'm not sure if there isn't another way to word this, where it's very clear that the minimum is an HSPF of 9.5 for equipment that does not have an HSPF rating, a COP of 2.8 may be approved by the code official or something like that, that kind of leaves the door open to that. And I'll also mention too, just to kind of keep in mind that, there has been technology out there where we run into this kind of problem. If you dial it back, 20 years, VRF equipment was at one time not considered an acceptable technology because it didn't have a rating that fit into our tables. So I think that's what we're trying to address here. I think that's what Jonathan or WSU is trying to address, is to provide a path for new technologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
Yeah. I listened to what Dave said, but the equipment that we deal with, we have COP ratings at 17 degrees and we have COP ratings at 47 degrees. And our HSPF on the equipment is rated, at the 47 degrees, actually came out 8.7. But the COP on this one on the 17 degrees is 2.54. And then the high at the 47 degrees, the COP rating was 3.38. So, I mean, at least the equipment that I deal with has all those COP ratings. And one neat thing about COP when I talk to the customer is you can tell them, well, I get this many dollars for the dollar I spent. Okay. And that's real life terminology that people understand. But the other thing I want to make to David's point is that the resistant heat, depending whether you're using gas or electric on the defrost cycle, is not figured in the HSP or the COP. And so when depending on the environment that your heat pump is in, so if you're sitting on a lake where you've got a lot of humidity and it's cold, you're going to go into a lot more defrosts with that higher humidity area. And that's never been picked up with these ratings. And in our, even though we are as arid as we are in the Spokane area, in the wintertime, we have a lot of humidity. And that's probably why we don't get some of the performance over here that we'd like to see out of the heat pumps. Okay.
Hey, Larry, thank you. I have a question, which is, so you said that earlier we heard that the COP is measured at 47 degrees or some temperature. And you're saying that COP is measured at other temperatures. And I guess if we were going to write good equivalent code language, we would have the minimum COP at various temperatures, not just 47 or whatever that number was.
Right. The standard that I know is your low temperature rating is 17 degrees. And then your high temperature rating is at 47 degrees. But in my books, my HSPF is rated in our area at 8.7. And so there is a calculation, there's got to be some calculation in between here that can give you these COPs at the different temperatures. I mean, at those two temperatures, because the books I deal with, they have those ratings in them.
Okay, so I guess what I suggest is that the proponent go back and talk to you and maybe some other people and try and figure out how to define COP, because it's not defined in the residential code, and how to get it, if you want this proposal to go forward, to be an equivalent thing to the HSPF. If it because I think we're not defining COP. The only place COP is used in the residential energy code is currently for ground source heat pumps. But for these, I think we need more a better proposal, I guess. That COP at different temperatures.
It's all in my ARH. I think if you look in the AHRI system matches of all your equipment, I think you would find all these COPs in those matches. And but from a customer standpoint, when I tell them I got a co-op of 2.8, well, for every dollar I spend, I get $2.80 of energy back. Yep. I mean, they understand that. Yeah. But when you give them an HSPF rating, I mean, they don't have any clue, you know. And that's kind of why I try to use COP to my customers, because they can relate to what they're getting, you see? So
yeah, I totally understand that. So
comment on the phone.
Did we have a motion on this thing?
No, at the moment, it's just been friendly conversation, I think.
Yep.
No, Chell, there's a comment on the phone that wants to get through.
Oh, sure. Comment on the phone. Go ahead.
You're muted on the phone.
There you go. Hello. Yes. Comment. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So I think this discussion is primarily about equipment that's actually not rated in HSPF. VRF is one of those. Package terminal heat pumps is another, as are water source heat pumps. Those are all only rated in COP, and there is no definition of HSPF for that equipment. So I think that's the primary application, and probably package terminal heat pumps would be the main one here for multifamily. And I think the issue there is there's the package terminal heat pump we're all familiar with that turns off at 40 degrees. But there is quite a class of equipment that's coming, that's available now and getting installed now that are essentially just like ductless heat pumps that run down to 5 degrees F, but they're only rated in COP because they're package terminal heat pumps.
Another intent was shared
so
systems and multifamilies too, sir. So you're hitting the right intent. There was a good spirit here that Lisa said. So I concur with you on the intent behind this.
Yeah, well, VRF would be that, right? That would be the
Okay.
application.
Okay, just in the
So-
interest of time, I think this needs more work. I guess that's just my interpretation of this. We're not defining COP, and COP can be defined in multiple ways. So unless we thought we could do this in 30 seconds in front of us, I'm wondering if we need to have
I
John.
just didn't think it was such a reach since our COP is already listed in the 406.3. So my apologies.
I'd like to finish my comment, Till.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Rather than get cut off. I think the issue with package terminal heat pumps is, of course, yes, COP is, as David mentioned, it's just a number, and it's often at 40 in package terminal equipment. It's always at 47. There is no test standard at 17 for the equipment. So it'd be a matter of perhaps going beyond COP or specifying COP at a temperature and actually starting to define some of the traits of the heat pump, kind of like what we were talking about for the cold climate heat pump, where, it got changed to an inverter driven or a variable capacity heat pump. So I think that's the direction this might need to go.
Wait, so I didn't quite catch that. What is your recommendation for this proposal?
That it not rely on COP, but rely rather on some other determination. Like if it is a variable capacity heat pump with a COP, or, has a COP, have a COP spec in there, but add something that gets you a heat pump that runs, down to the temperatures you want it to run at with, like a variable, something with an inverter. So a variable capacity heat pump.
In conjunction with this one too, Greg Davenport stuff that we all just witnessed, the variable speed requirements in the centrally ducted systems is a requirement now.
Okay, I guess I'm seeing that this needs work, that it's not finished. I've heard that from multiple people. So I guess I'd suggest we entertain a motion to table and ask the proponent to work on it with anyone who's interested in helping craft good language. That's my suggestion, but you have the tag, you can do what you want.
Cal, this is Greg. I'll make a motion to table it.
Okay, motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is there further, I guess, let's vote on it. All in favor of tabling this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, tabled. Anyone who wants to work with Jonathan on this, please email Jonathan and suggest your interest in that. Dave Balan. Kevin.
Yeah, question on the motion, tabled until when?
Hell freezes over.
That would be a motion to table indefinitely, but typically a table needs to be a specific time or date.
Next meeting?
My understanding is you go through all the open proposals that have had a chance to be heard first, and then all of the table comes back. Is that my understanding how this works? I'm the newbie,
No.
and I definitely don't have that book in front of me.
No, he's correct. Kevin's correct. It needs to be tabled to a specific date, which could be next meeting or some other meeting.
Okay, the maker of the motion, or anybody could make it. So I guess the previous motion to table was not valid. So I'll entertain another motion to table with a specific date. Does someone want to make a motion to table it until some other time next week, perhaps?
Can I do that as the proponent?
Yeah, I believe you can.
And then I'm down for that. I propose to table it until the next meeting.
Seconder will still second.
Okay. All in favor of tabling until the next meeting, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. So,
I would like to point out that when whoever meets about this, they need to address the question of how or if a test exists for the low end of the HSPF curve. If we only have the 47 COP, whatever other things might be going on, that's not going to get it.
thanks, Dave. Kevin,
Yeah, just a question. How is the discussion group being convened?
all these discussion groups are at the leisure of the proponent. The proponent is convening them. They're not official tag groups.
Sure.
But the proponent can ask people to modify. So if you email Jonathan, I would hope that he would invite you to participate in any discussions or email discussions that he's going to lead.
Thanks for that clarification.
Absolutely. And my email is already in the general chat for the 40+ people. Just be kind with flooding the inbox.
And a reminder, Jonathan, you cannot have a quorum of the tag on your email groups. So if you start getting 8 or 9 tag members, email Krista and figure out a way forward.
Absolutely. I was just going to suggest that I'll email to you guys the group of the names of the people who are going to join in, so you may vet that to keep it all transparent.
Sounds great. Larry.
Yeah, if they don't have performance data at the 17 degrees for the unit from the factory, I don't know how you could ever compute something out, because all the equipment that I'm aware of, the factory puts them into a room and then does the test at each degree, and then they use that data for that. So if they're only testing them to 47 degrees and the factory's not dropping you down to 17, there's no way that you can interpolate how that system's working without actually having it in a test environment that I know of anyway.
Thanks, Larry. It sounds like you want to join the group. So go ahead and email Jonathan Jones. For the next proposal, it stands, and he was actually hoping we would cover 46 before we cover 47. But I guess that'd be out of order because we approved the agenda as it was written. So
We've got 7 minutes to go.
Yep.
You want to go with 47 or skip to 83? That looks like it'll be a longer conversation.
There could be
Can
a
you hear me
motion to
okay?
suspend the rules.
Yes, Dan.
I think I heard Dan. Let's just start on 47. We probably won't finish it today. But
Okay,
let's start
great.
on 47.
Great. So this is a proposal to add a measure for compact hot water system design. For this proposal, as we just mentioned, we'll be utilizing language separately submitted under hot water or water volume determination, proposal 46. The reason why inefficient hot water distribution systems have been recognized as a problem for years is they result in both energy and water waste, and they result in long hot water delay times that are causes for considerable complaints from new homebuyers. In all non-recirculation distribution options, so standard twig and branch style plumbing, water heater energy consumption and hot water waste are correlated. And a decrease in water heater energy consumption follows a reduction in wasted water. Therefore, improving insulation and reducing pipe length and or pipe diameter all have equal benefits for energy and water waste. So I go to outline several of the different distribution problems that exist, such as outdated piping methodology, municipalities with design recommendations that force plumbers to assume low water pressure, increased water conservation that actually does not actually allow for the proper delivery, increased popularity of instantaneous water heaters, and inefficient installation. So this proposal recognizes that for this measure to be both effective and efficient, a useful hot water temperature of at least 105 degrees must be reached in a reasonable time at the tap. And the analysis used savings estimates for that scenario. The analysis was done to introduce this new potential measure in section R406 that aligns with savings already included in the integrated draft of section 405 for energy modeling, where they have a compact hot water factor for energy modeling. So for the purposes of this analysis, we assumed, well, that incremental costs are likely to be neither higher nor lower than standard plumbing because it's a design choice and there may actually be savings in terms of less plumbing needed to be used. We went ahead and used a small incremental cost of $300 in the cost effectiveness, which would cover the basis for increased number of different oddball scenarios. We focused on KWH here because of 80+% of residential new construction water heaters in Washington are heat pump water heaters. So we use that as our baseline. We took savings from 2 different California reports because this is adopted as part of Title 24 in California. In addition, we did some energy modeling on a 2,250 square foot home in Washington in both climate zones. With all, the House already included the prescriptive components meeting the 2021 proposed integrated code, but with the 2018 energy credits, because obviously we didn't yet know what those would be. So net result, we used a very conservative number, less than a third of the proposed savings of the highest estimate for the cost effectiveness. In addition to basic energy savings, there's a small kicker for embedded energy and wastewater. We could have instead tried to translate water savings back to energy savings. Instead, we used a small kicker that California came up with. So for cost effectiveness, we come up with a savings number of 112 kWh a year. But in the analysis, it ranges anywhere from 112 to 560 kWh a year, again, depending on which assumptions you use. The proposal provides a half credit for compact hot water design, is providing it's down to 1 pint of water stored in the plumbing line between the hot water source and the end fixture. And I would accept a friendly amendment to include demand recirculation be included if we want to ensure the threshold of 600 kWh. So there's my pitch, and I'll leave this open for 2 minutes of questions, I guess.
All right, thanks, Dan. And I guess, Krista, I have what I thought was a proposal up on my screen, and it is different than your proposal.
Oh, that is the proposal. I created my own little script here that combined a bunch of different parts of this with my own thoughts. So that is the correct one.
Okay, is what's on the screen?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. Questions, Dwayne?
Yeah, my concern is that with 3/4 inch pipe, you can only have 5 feet from the water heater to the furthest fixture, which is just, even for a really little house, is just not even close to enough. I think this is just unrealistic.
Well, that's a great point. That's a great point. And the language here says the nearest source of heated water. And this is why I wanted to go through the other proposal first, is it helps to define this. That could be the main trunk or branch closest if you either have heat trace or demand recirculation involved. You may be talking about just literally the twig that runs from that branch to your fixture. So we're actually talking about anywhere from 3/8 to 1/2 inch typically in that realm. This is obviously challenging to achieve. This is not going to be for everyone, but we see a lot of affordable housing like Habitat for Humanity that does back-to-back showers with the kitchen. They have basically a core plumbing design system that meets this very well. And in California, they've seen a lot of builders able to get this down. From the energy modeling side, they use a different way that they calculate it, but it's the equivalent of about a pint of water. And they're getting quite a few builders who are adopting this, particularly on 2-story buildings, so that, again, they can stack the plumbing or do a core plumbing layout.
That is not at all clear. The way this is worded is quite ambiguous. Nearest source of heated water. So, thanks.
Well, that's why I wanted 046 to be heard first, because that explains the water volume determination and includes what we mean by the source of hot water.
Okay.
So effectively 046 would be code language to describe how we do the calculation. Then for the credit, it's just this simple adding. And this is, by the way, the language that the SEPAC committee for the IECC has approved for that committee to vote on next week.
Thanks, Dan. We are out of time. If someone really, really wants to extend the meeting, we could have a motion to do so. Otherwise, I will see you next week.
Yeah, Joe,
Yes,
I would like to move that we extend the meeting at least another 15 minutes to see if we can handle this proposal, or at least get it to the point where we can get some clarity for the next meeting.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, this is so much fun. I'll go for 15 more minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna risk a voice vote. All in favor of extending for 15 minutes, say aye.
Aye, let's get this one done.
Any opposed, say nay.
I'm not going to say nay, but at the risk of fear of missing out, I have to leave and head to Portland. So good luck, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Damon.
Thanks, Damon.
All right, we are extended for 15 minutes. That motion passes. So so Gary, you are next, I
Yeah,
believe.
thanks, Joe. Yeah, I think this is frankly a fairly modest proposal. I've seen it before because I was involved in the IECC. It's in the options table, a modest amount of credits. So I was actually going to make a motion to approve.
You are going to make a motion to approve?
I am going to make a motion to approve, yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
This is Greg. I actually have a question or two on this one. I'd like a little bit of discussion if possible.
Okay, well, until somebody seconds it, or we have no seconds.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Jason, we have a second. Okay, so now we can discuss the motion. The motion is approved as written. So Gary, you said your piece?
I've said my piece, yes.
Okay, so now Larry is up.
As a journeyman plumber and required to follow the UPC, this violates the UPC. And we couldn't size our water pipe properly for the flows that are required. And so this really should be kicked back to the UPC tag and then research it at the UPC tag, because this would be a direct violation of the Uniform Plumbing Code. And I don't see this flying myself. Because
so Larry, thank you for bringing that up.
But we're.
Just wanted to address that point because that's a really good point that you make. So the 046 proposal, the one that is not being shown, the one that identifies this, is basically language copied exactly from the Washington State Commercial Energy Code. And it's basically outlining the ounces of water per foot of different tube types. And it follows the UPC specifically. I will admit, we are talking about very short runs. We would be talking about, for a lot of systems, only talking about 10, 12 feet of length from the nearest source of hot water, which is not the water heater itself necessarily. So in this one, we talk about this is how we describe the volume. Again, this language comes directly from the commercial code with very minor alterations that the SEPAC committee for the IECC recommended. Otherwise, this is straight out of the commercial code. This is the idea. This goes into the residential code, so we can reference this for the credit. But Larry does bring up a great point. We certainly want to make sure we are sticking to pre-code approved language, just making sure that it shows up in the residential side.
Yeah, see, the problem with the commercial side is we've got a hot water circulating loop. So we run that loop by the fixtures to make sure that we're within that. But most of these homes out here, we don't have hot water circulating loops. I mean, you've got a rancher where they put the water heater at one end of the house, and then they have a plumbing fixtures at the other end of the house. And so we're required to size all that according to our code, so we have adequate water supply. And this is not going to fly right now. I think if you got some plumbers involved here, they'd tell you that. But commercially, sure, we're running hot water circulating systems, and we can run that circulated hot water right by that fixture group. Okay. I see a lot of problems here with the Uniform Plumbing Code right now with this. Thank you.
I guess Larry.
And I do hear what Larry's saying. This is not intended to violate the code because this is an option only, right? This portion here is a description of water volume determination. The credit that is being proposed is just that, an optional credit. It would only be for homes likely that have a demand recirc pump or heat trace piping. It will not be for most homes, but this is absolutely something that affordable housing has been adopting and could adopt readily, and it's an easier credit for smaller homes as well.
Thanks, Dan and Larry. Greg.
Yeah. Oh, I'm unmuted already. I like compact water design, and I do believe it can get some energy efficiency savings, which is great. My only concern here is if we're going to give a 0.5 point energy credit on this, are we making sure we're really moving the needle? I can imagine a lot of builders that do small homes where they're already doing this and then don't even have to change behavior. Is there a minimum home size to qualify for this credit, or some other way to make sure that we're moving the needle?
There's not, but it's a good question. But if you think back to what Henry was talking about very much earlier on, we do our best to try to keep that 600 kWh savings for half credit. But as we start getting lower and lower, size pie to take slices from, instead we're looking at a percentage of the energy use maybe as our threshold. So, is there a specific size that this appeals to? Not necessarily. This, again, was designed to align for your standard size 2,200 square foot house, to be able to have a prescriptive way that aligns with how it's outlined for energy modeling in section 405 of the integrated draft with the compact hot waterness factor. So we already have a way to do this through energy modeling. This is a way to do it prescriptively for those people. And you are right, Greg. Realistically, it's not going to be big houses. It's going to be those that are small and the lower half of the medium house that would be able to use this.
Dan, would you be open to a friendly amendment to put a floor on the house size to make sure we're actually moving the needle here and just not giving something away?
Yeah, I think so, depending on what direction you want the floor to go. Do you want to cap the size in down or up?
What I'm thinking is minimum house size of 2,000 square feet or 1,500 square feet to be eligible for this credit. Because in a small home, a lot of these builders can already get it by doing nothing.
I don't hate that. The bulk of our savings come from medium-sized homes, but if the tag feels that that's important, then I don't hate that.
I would. Housing size doesn't necessarily correlate to water use, so you could have a highly dense small home. I'm not sure if that would make sense to put a cap on house size.
Can't correlate with pipe length though.
Yeah, and people turn their showers on and let them warm up, and if it takes longer for them to warm up, then they go make a cup of coffee and waste, 10 gallons of hot water. So in a large house, I think there are some real energy savings opportunities here. In a small house, I'm not sure we're going to get anybody to move the needle. If we're saying medium-sized houses, and that's probably, 2,200 square feet or whatever was thrown out, Dan, I might throw a friendly amendment out there for 2,000 square feet or above to qualify for this. Is that reasonable?
I hear what you're saying. If we're going to put a cap on the size, we should use the sizes that we already have in the code, probably.
What's that
The definition
size?
of small, medium, and large homes, right? It's 1,500 to 5,000 square feet would be the definition of medium.
I would go for 1,500 and above, or 1,501, I guess, would correspond with that tier that we have.
Okay. Yeah, and just to be clear on process here, Dan, anyone can suggest any amendments. If Dan, you didn't like that amendment, then I guess Greg could make a motion to amend the language on the screen. But if everybody kind of generally agrees that it's improved language, then nobody needs to make a motion until we move the thing forward or not. Okay, so that was Greg. Now we have Dave Balon.
Well, I thought I understood this. I'm having a little trouble. So what exactly we're trying to do here is make it so that the amount of wait time between the heat source and the use is reduced to a pint, which is pretty small
Correct.
amount.
Yep.
And so it probably applies mostly to situations where we have circulating water, such as multifamily buildings with central systems.
Correct.
I'm the only thing that worries me about this is I'm worried that we're going to encourage circulating hot water under all circumstances, which right now, which is actually not going to get you savings. It's going to cost you a bit.
Unless it's a demand recirculation, yes.
Right, and it almost never is. Certainly in multifamily, it never is. So I guess I realize this is actually a fairly good water saving measure, and actually maybe a good energy saving measure, but I'm not sure we're going to get it unless we well, I'm not sure we're going to get it, and I'm not sure. I'm a little confused about what happens with the UPC when we make these restrictions. So I'm hoping that between now and the time we vote, there's some clarification. Maybe we don't get there till next time, but.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left, and I have Jonathan Jones was the next person with their hand up.
I was just going to reference Gary Klein's research on this as well. There is a bunch of industry research out there supporting Dan's proposal on both water and energy savings. And Gary Klein seems to be one of the leading experts also running this charge on the national level if people are looking for more information.
And Gary did help me craft the final language for both of these proposals.
Thanks. We have 3 minutes left, and we have lots of hands up. Dwayne, you are next.
Yeah, I am also concerned about free ridership since it's been mentioned that the heat source can be a circulating system. Circulating systems are always built so that the branches are within 10 feet of the loop, and so this should not include any kind of a circulation system because there would be no savings that at all beyond what's being done for current practice, and it would just be a giveaway. And a giveaway means that you're getting half credit for something you're doing anyway. It means you're going to do a half credit less work elsewhere in the house, and you'll have a less efficient house.
Okay. So
that is one reason why I did not put in for a credit for multifamily, and I was envisioning on-demand recirculation. And perhaps if anyone wants to propose that, or if I can, I'd be happy to add that on-demand recirculation would be a requirement if the water heater itself was not located within that amount.
If you mean by demand recirculation, that system where the return goes down the cold water pipe, right? Which is,
well, there's different ways to plumb it. It's really based on you have to make a call for the heat near the fixture.
Right, but it's defined in the code as a system where the return pipe is the cold water supply pipe, which is the dumbest idea ever. And therefore, the use of a demand recirculation system is always an energy negative.
Well, Gary Klein would beg to differ. He has a lot of detailed information that shows on-demand recirculation actually does save compared to both timered and obviously continuous. Okay, we are basically out of time, so we can either have a motion to extend, or we could suggest that Dan convene a couple of the people that had suggestions to improve the language. And that's what I guess I'll suggest, is that if you have comments on this, email Dan, and Dan can then consider those and convene a few of you or many of you if you want. And we will, because we're out of time, we will inherently consider this at a future meeting without any motions to do so. So thank you all, unless somebody wants to make a motion to extend, which certainly could.
Not seeing a whole lot of people jumping at that opportunity. We are adjourned. Thank you very much for all your time and all your intelligence and crafting these things to make good code for Washington.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Chal.
Thank you all.
Everybody have a good holiday weekend. Thank you.
Everybody.